Hi. Hey. Yo. What up, guys? It's Skycatlive. What's up? It's 2:53 in the afternoon on a Sunday. It's 1:11:26. That's 1:11:26. It's a Sunday. It is 72 degrees in my house, as you can see from the clock on my wall. 2:54, 72 degrees. Sunday, 1:11, 72 degrees. Love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I am here to play some video games. We have the Grand Theft Auto and the X4 and the 76 is firing up here. I'm just getting all the things in the places. And I was just here to say hello. I love you. I have lots of videos queued up and I'm ready to go to work and stuff. My ribs are starting to feel better and I'm not as much pain each day, and I'll be able to recover, go back to walking and being the normal person that I am. Ooh, Pathologic 3 hit and I wonder if it's good. But anyways, I am going to drop it out the big face now. There we go. And we're going to get into it about 3.5 or 4 minutes in. Something like that. 4 minutes. Yep. I'm going to go check my Kick status and my Twitch status. Yep. Yep. Looks good to me. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah, you say you're streaming, so I'm just going to believe you. I don't really know. Okay. And, okay, here we go. And, I will go about the business of doing a bunker run. Bunker run. Bunker run. Bunker. Josh Bunker. Online, find a new session, invite only session. I should go back and do, today I will do the Kasaka missions, I think is what I'm going to work on. So that's the submarine. What do we want to do? I want to do 76 to start. I'm going to get my dailies done, see if there's low-hanging fruit, see if the weekly reset or whatever. Okay, so I guess the first thing we always do is well, no, I guess I better go pay supplies is what I should always do first. And then I'll try and swing a truck mission. If I can't get that, I'll just come back into the bunker. Good. Then, oh, I had a whole bunch of fucking videos queued up, but not anymore. Which sucks. Let's see if you can bring back... No, I had, nope. I'll have to just dig out again, probably from... I'll start with my history. I've been curating, as you can see, I've been curating a, like my YouTube gaming channel, because most of it is fucking worthless. I'm not interested in this, I'll just be honest. That Rust video works. I was late to school. Fast Fredbear, but he's 1,000 times faster. Friday Night Freddy's is something I really don't care about. I watched I watched one Friday Night Freddy's video like 2 years ago, and now I've been punished on the algorithm ever since then. A first timer's entire Subnautica below zero experience. That might be good, actually. We could maybe do that, but it's kind of digging. Not interested in NFL stuff. Here we go. So I want to queue this, 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 Grox, Deepfake, Stormy Daniels. Okay, so we'll go back. I woke up and listened to some Nor Jasmine while I got ready for work today.
Can I give you something?
There we go. There's a whole bunch of YouTube videos synced up. We're gonna have a look around. Fishing trip bundle, free in-game items, weekend events, get double mutations and daily ops. So maybe we should take a look at doing that. Maybe. Fallout first, or come to the featured and do. God damn it! Give me control, motherfucker. You're so annoying. Free repair kit, free perk pack. There we go. So, I have 425. Does any of this appeal? Camp Life Bundle, which is the worm farm, spore plant bed, carnivorous plant, giant ant farm, which I already have, and a caged rabbit, which did appeal to me, yeah. So we'll take this. This is a deal. Sold. I got that off the store. I got all that stuff off the store, which is fire. I mean, like off the seasons. 65 tickets. We're finally going to get that checkered suit outfit. Oops. Lawnmower. We'll take the 200 atoms. Wait, you didn't deduct. Okay, well. Wait. Oh, no, there we go. Stabbed weaponry throwing knife. Never messed with throwing knives in this game. Ritter sarsaparilla vending machine. Okay, so now I think I'll pop into private today just so I don't lose... so I don't get saved to somebody else's world. I'm learning to log into private first because it's unlooted.
Something.
Oops. Okay, we have a new Nor Jasmine. Yeah, we're gonna do some Grand Theft Auto. Missions are now available for purchase. For more information, open the email and press space to follow the link to Preek's real estate. So there's a new mission, huh? But no, wait, I want to do this first. Go do this. New email received, okay. So, resupply. Sell for 200k. Yeah, I mean, I run for 200k, I don't care. Let's go. Somebody give me a truck mission. Recall my bike. I didn't think so. Recall my bike. Okay, so, online. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? Oh, okay. Did the weeklies reset? No, they didn't. But we have 1 day, 17 hours, getting down to it. I don't like this headhunt one. I want to re-roll it. That Ultra Slime would be good if I could catch an event, and the gold is okay. Gleaming Deaths is a hard no, but we're definitely not doing that. I don't know, I could... Oh, Cripple, Scorched Leg. I mean, that's acceptable, yeah. Yeah, Catch a Fish we're definitely not doing, so just drop it. Scrap, junk to produce steel. Okay, that's easy enough. Let's kill some cultists for that low-hanging fruit, because I'm actually at a place that does that. Gonna join a... Well, no, first thing we're gonna do... I love this game. I fucking love this game. I can't join a party, can I? Well, at least this place will be, like, there'll be mobs here and loot. So, let's go over a little bit less exposed. Or, I'm sorry, yeah, a little bit less exposed. Okay, did this work? Yes, it did. And it's dope looking, too. I love this fucking reality. This game's better than Once Human. You just don't want to respond, or what? Oh, it's a raider. You got. Wherever his body is now. God damn it. I'll just take the XP. Oh no, there we go. I'll take all of that. Sorry, buddy. I'm gonna sleep. Oh no, I can't sleep. Oh yes, I can.
Hi, there's a cult here in near Spokane.
A cult?
A cult.
They called themselves the River Road Fellowship.
Please welcome Victor with God's Word.
Two women are speaking out about what they say was a cult operating for more than a decade here in Minnesota.
Yeah, quite a story.
All the firstborn children were supposed to be sacrificed to God.
Jess was only 12, Lindsay 13. He would call them the Maidens.
All of her indications, all of her notes and things that were telling me that she was enjoying where she was.
She was a child.
It was a joke among some of the cult members that this was Victor Bernard's harem.
A manipulative, vindictive, chain-smoking narcissist who would sometimes spit in the face of his faithful.
Submit yourselves unto the elder.
Just when you think it's over, there's something else.
Victor Bernard is a master manipulator of unprecedented scale. When he picked out the person that he was going to have a confrontation with, he picked the wrong person. He picked me. Did he get hurt? Yeah. Do I regret it? No, not even remotely. I sleep good at night.
There's a really low-hanging weekly.
Today, I want to talk about River Road Fellowship. Now, this is a really weird case because this guy, he was a member of a cult first, and then he left the cult after the cult basically broke down. And then he started this group at first being like, we don't want to do what this cult that I was in did. And then he ends up doing like something way worse, like way, way worse. So what the fuck, man? So the whole thing started in the 80s when Victor got recruited into this cult known as the Way International. And the Way International is basically this group, sect, cult, depending on who you ask, that was created in the 40s. And it was a Christian group, but there were a few deviations from what you would maybe call mainstream Christianity. Their most controversial belief is that they believed that when you receive the Holy Spirit and become born again, that you could not lose that Holy Spirit afterwards through any sinful acts, which seems like this get out of jail free card, if you will. Before Victor was recruited by the Way International, he was known as, quote, a regular kid. But the thing is, he actually really wasn't. He was just good at pretending to be regular because he actually had a pretty sad childhood. His parents divorced when he was 6 years old, and he and his 3 sisters ended up living with their mom. The thing is, their mom was mentally ill. She had like a really bad bipolar, and at that time, they were like, we don't even know what bipolar is what their father said. And so she had this untreated mental illness, and it continued to worsen over time. This would create a lot of problems for Victor. He was very popular at school. They say he was super charismatic. He ended up being class president. He was on the hockey team. Everybody really liked him. They said that when he walked into the room, everyone noticed. When Victor graduates, he's class president and he's on the hockey team and other sports teams. Not only was he charismatic and athletic, but he was actually gifted. And he ends up getting a scholarship to this elite prep school called Breck. And he goes there and he excels. Victor then gets a scholarship to Hobart College, which is in upstate New York, so he has to leave home and goes there. And that's like where the problem started with his mom, because she would call him and say all these crazy things to him, and it would really, really stress him out. So it says here that according to Victor's dad, Stanley Bernard, he said Victor's mother, Nancy, started calling him repeatedly while he was away at college, saying all these Nazi things. Victor was crying in his room a day after one of the disturbing phone calls from his mother, Stanley Bernard recalled. Someone walked by and said, "You look like you need Jesus in your life." That stranger was named Reggie, a recruiter from the Way International, a religious sect based out of Ohio. Soon after Victor meets Reggie, he ends up joining the Way International. Then he drops out of the hockey team. Then he fully drops out of the college and ends up going to the Way College. And that is when he starts trying to recruit all of his friends and family. And if they did not want to join, he would basically cut them off. And this was actually a technique that they taught called mark and avoid. Victor's girlfriend at the time, she had a horrible experience with this mark and avoid thing, and she actually did not want to be identified, but she talked about what happened, okay? This is what she said. She said, he came home from school that year just so pumped up about the way and wanted me to join him and go to these classes with him called the Power for Abundant Living classes. This regional manager from the way starts following her and calling her all the time, all hours of night, keeping her up. She says it was like sleep depriving her, trying to convince her to join. They wear her down to the point where she decides to sign up for a class, but not only that, also sign away her paycheck. And her father and her brother find out about it, and they're like, oh, no. So they end up going with her to one of these classes. And once they get there, they're like, no, we want a refund. We want our money back. We want her check back and all of this. It turns into this huge confrontation, and they end up going off on her. She said this person who had just been lovely to me all summer turned on me and started using all sorts of horrible words. They said, get out of this house. I don't want any more communication with you, nor will Victor have any more communication with you. I never saw Victor again. By 1983, The Way International had about 400 members. They were also offering this program called Way Core, like, CORPS, and it was this leadership training program that was this 4-year program, and Victor signed up for it. At the time, by the way, the leader of The Way International was also called Victor, but not Victor Bernard, who's the guy we've been talking about. No, this is another Victor. His name is Victor Paul Weirwill, and he taught that King David is not to be criticized for adultery because every woman in the kingdom belongs to the king. Everyone says that there was this culture of adultery at The Way International where the leader could basically sleep with anyone's wife. In 1985, when the Victor, who was the leader of The Way International, died, the group sort of broke apart because they were already disillusioned from all this adultery, and now the leader's dead, and so they all just left. And some of these people who had taken these leadership classes and stuff, they tried to start their own group and took some followers with them. And that is what Victor Bernard did. And the guy he took with him was David Larson. So together they sit there and they explicitly state, according to David, that this adultery thing is not something that they want to continue, that they're actually very against it. So this is what David Larson said. We openly talked about it, addressed it, that it was wrong, that we would never go that route. We even made a commitment, a personal commitment to each other that we would never allow that kind of thing. Victor and David end up going back to Minneapolis, where Victor's from, and they start doing these like little meetings in homes of former members all together where they basically just like worship, study the scripture, and all of that. And over time though, Victor emerged as the leader. He wanted to take control of these meetings. Then he started these retreats where they would rent out these parks or resorts, and they would have these weekend retreats. And then they come up with this idea to actually buy some property and create this camp called Shepherd's Camp and have all these members move out to this camp and basically all live together. And so that's what they ended up doing. In 1996, they purchased an 85-acre camp in Finlayson, Minnesota for $575,000, and they called it Shepherd's Camp. Shepherd's Camp is where a lot of this fucked up shit went down. And the thing is, on the face of it, it actually seemed kind of nice because it was like, oh, they're just doing like the simple life and the self-sufficient life. So they grow their own food, they raise animals, they sew their own clothes, they do all this artisan type stuff. And that's how they make their money too. They sell their stuff in this handmade artisan market. It just seems like they just want to study the scripture, keep to themselves, be self-sufficient. And everything's very nice, except it's not. It's not. It's nasty. Why? Because of Victor. See, the thing with Victor is he's overly freaked out, is what the kids are saying. And I really like that phrase because it describes it to a T. He was overly freaked out. Overly. It starts with Victor starting to wear biblical robes and headdresses. So it was like cosplaying Jesus. He also would do these little like subtle
They always do.
power plays where instead of having one place like a church where they would all congregate together to worship, he would have them meet in little groups in their own homes and worship that way. And then he would show up in his biblical robes and stuff. And they said that it was like the Pope was visiting. They would be, oh my God, Victor's at our home. Please, someone make him some bread. And where's the hand-carved soap and whatever, you know what I mean? Like as if he was gracing them with his presence. And then he started to make these rules. Victor starts creating his own literature, or you could even call it shiterature, because it was a bunch of shit. His own teachings, his own whatever. What did he teach? What did he preach? Okay, I'm going to tell you some dumb shit that he told them to do. For example, they weren't allowed to say that something or someone was awesome because only God is awesome. Anything you wanted to watch on TV or music you wanted to listen to, you had to get approval from Victor. And he banned a lot of things, like the movie Ghost was banned because, you know, ghosts. And then also Fantasia, that Disney movie, it had magic in it. Then he would like destroy their toys. Like this little girl had a My Little Pony unicorn, and he cut the horn off because it was devilish. He starts convincing more and more people to join, to basically sell their homes, come buy a property on Shepherd's Camp. And so now at its peak, they had 150 members. He also was using techniques from the Way International, such as that mark and avoid thing, where if you didn't want to join and they tried to recruit you and you said no, then you were cut off completely. He also fostered this huge culture of snitching. Everyone was basically snitching on everyone to the point where they were like, who's the mole? Is this person a mole? So this former member, her name is Kayla Backman. She talks about how this was a slow burn. And I want to read you what she said because I feel like it's really good what she said. She says, that's the thing about cults and about predators. There's a slow but constant grooming. You don't really realize how drastically things have changed, so it feels normal. And all the while you're being reassured that what you believe in, what you've devoted your life to, is real and right. The more you commit to it, the more Jesus loves you, the more Victor loves you. Victor became just as much of a focus as God and Jesus. After a while, there wasn't a prayer that went by without the speaker thanking God for Victor before they said amen. She says every Sunday, the horn of plenty was passed around. It was nothing more than
like
a
a
wicker
bastion to
trinket from Pier 1,
selfishness.
meant for decorative purposes, but everyone stuffed 10% or more of their earnings in cash inside to fund the River Road Fellowship. I even put in part of my babysitting money. One of the former members said that everyone treated Victor like a rock star. They lived very simply. Everything was all about being very simple, very humble, whatever, but he drove an Escalade.
But while some members lived in trailers, Victor Bernard drove an Escalade.
And he had a motorcycle, right? Then everything's about being chaste and pure and stuff. And then he's got, you know, these maidens, which we'll get into, that are young, too young, like 12, 13. I could just imagine him pulling up in the frickin' Escalade with these biblical robes and the headgear. Then he started training them to scam in tongues. This is what Kayla Backman said. At the start of the retreat, Victor announced that Jessica and I would be speaking in tongues in front of everyone on the final day. This was news to us. We were terrified. We had watched the adults do it every Sunday, but none of the kids had ever been asked to do it ourselves. For the rest of the weekend, we tried to slip away when we could into an empty cabin and practice our shubba-lubba gibberish so it would sound authentic. After the shubba-lubbaing, we knew we'd have to interpret the gibberish as if God were speaking directly through us. We tried to come up with anything that sounded like it came from the Bible. I saith unto you, my children, I am the Father, and I hath given you my Son to be your Lord and Savior. In his love and light you shall never be lost. When it came time to stand up, I was terrified and convinced that everyone would know instantly I was faking it. But the practicing paid off. I made it through. When I was finished, my father was so proud of me he started crying. I've never felt like such a fraud in my life. So Victor then claimed that he was Christ, naturally. The teachings, it's July 2000, and this is where shit gets really bad, because one day, in front of everybody, Victor gets up and he basically says that he needs all of the parents to sacrifice their firstborn daughters. And they're like, what do you mean sacrifice exactly? And he says, well, I need some maidens to come with me at the lodge, and we're just going to just live together, and they're going to be virgins. I may sleep
Yeah, I'm
with them,
sure.
but when they're of age. But now, while they're 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, they're just going to live with me until then.
Oh.
Not with you. They have to be with me. I really can't explain it. It's like a Jesus thing. You wouldn't understand.
No one questioning why the man in his late 40s was always surrounded by young women and girls.
We were called the 10 maidens, and we were supposed to be the picture of virginity and chastity. But that was a lie from day one.
He ends up naming 10 girls, and these 10 girls ranged from ages 12 to 24. And then the 10 girls, they were known collectively as Alamoth, which is this biblical word for virginity. And then he had them living at the lodge with him. And they took this salt covenant, or also referred to as a salt ceremony, where they basically pledged to be celibate and devote themselves to Victor. One of the girls was 12 years old, and she says that as soon as she moved into that lodge with Bernard, he basically essayed her. Then the day after, he wrote her this card, and this is what it said, okay? It says, "To my beloved, I thank God for you as I remember your tears of love and believing. I have you in my heart, and I'm so glad to be waiting and watching and longing together for our beloved Lord Jesus Christ. Kept by his love together with you, Victor." He compared their relationship to Jesus and Mary Magdalene, or also he would compare their relationships to King Solomon and his affairs with concubines. And he said that he promised he represented Christ in the flesh. It didn't count. Like, they were still virgins after the fact, and he was still Jesus or whatever. And this is different. I'm different. Lindsay Tornaby was one of the girls who was chosen to be a maiden, and she was 13 years old. And she says a month after she moved into the lodge is when Victor called her to his room, and she went in there, and he started talking to her about masturbation. She knows what that is and whatever. And so she's like confused. She doesn't know what he's talking about. And then she said that's when he got angry with her and hit her. Which is crazy, because if she knew what it was, he would probably have the same reaction. Like, there's no right answer, I don't think. And then after that, he R-worded her, okay? And she was so young, like, it's really sad. She said after that night, he did that to her 5 times a month, every month, for 9 years. He would tell them that this was his way of showing them God's love.
And he said that this was his way to teach me love. I still had a conscience at that point, so I knew it was wrong. I had just gotten my period months before.
Why is Jesus so freaked out? Like, even if you thought he was Jesus, he is so freaked out. Like, what kind, like, I don't remember Jesus being that freaked out when we learned about Jesus. Like, even if they thought he was Jesus, it's like, which version of Jesus is this? The freaked out Jesus? Like, I don't understand. This Victor guy is never satisfied, freaking freak. He had another group of girls, and he called them Auriga's Band, right? And they started calling him the Antichrist, because the maidens, like, hated him, but also loved him, were afraid of him, but also revered him in a respectful way. Like, it was very, very twisted, because you have to understand, a lot of these girls are very young and they don't know anything else. They've been in this church for as long as they can remember. They don't know anything other than this.
I was born into this life. I had no choice, you know? And nobody asked me if I wanted to live secluded from the world or not live with my mom and dad.
They're being told that they're very lucky and that all the other girls are wishing that they were maidens. And so they're like, okay, on one hand, okay, I'm so lucky I'm a maiden, but then, you know, when it's nighttime and these things are happening and it doesn't feel good and you're like having all these emotions and crying and getting beaten, what else? And he's telling you, oh no, it's fine. This is great. You're fine. It's great. It's like, wait a minute. I don't like this. And so they're very confused. But then he'll like play with their mind and be like, no, I don't want you. He would like put them against each other and start ignoring one girl, telling her she needs to lose weight This is really crazy. Okay, I'm just read you what she said. She said, there was one time he wouldn't have any sexual relations with me until I lost 10 pounds. He could make you feel like the worst person in the world. If he was mad at you, then everyone was mad at you. It made you want to do well. It almost became a reward. And then she said that if she wasn't acting spiritual, it would be less frequent. But then if she was deep into the faith, he would reward her with it. And his reasoning was that he's the Holy Spirit, therefore it's not R word, and you're still a virgin, so it's not sex. Okay, you're gonna believe me or your lying eyes? One of the girls said that although her parents were only 5 miles away, she rarely saw them after she moved into the lodge with Victor. The thing is, he had the parents so manipulated to where, like one of the girls, she said, quote, he brought some scripture up and said, if these girls decided that they really wanted to keep their vows and to not be married, but to have sexual desires, and they were the aggressors, scripturally, I would have the right to do that.
It was a joke among some of the cult members that this was Victor Bernard's harem.
As part of the grooming process, these maidens were given a lot of like prestige within the cult, where the other young girls who weren't maidens were kind of like looking up to them and almost like wishing that they were them, but they didn't really know the extent of what it took to be a maiden. The thing is, though, they were like doing a lot of manual labor. Okay, they were basically like housemaids slash concubines slash like children. Like the whole thing was crazy, but they did all these chores all the time when they weren't having appointments with Victor. Just basic things like cooking, cleaning, sewing clothes, like stuff like that. For someone who claims to be Christ on earth, he's kind of an asshole because he would spit in his, what do you call it, congregation, followers, whatever, members' faces. So it's like, why are you there? And that's the thing, right? This whole cult thing is really interesting because sometimes it's not even about the leader, it's about the community. Like you could even hate the leader, but your whole life revolves around this group of people and they all like him and they all want to be there. So even if you hate the leader, you kind of like don't want to be kicked out or left out because then you've lost everything. So even though he mistreated them and they probably had this resentment towards him, they still grovel and want to be in his good graces so that they can be part of like the world that they're so invested in. You know, it's really crazy. So let's talk about Pimp and Pam. What a transition. But let me tell you, this is the part that really upsets me because stuff like this cannot happen for this long in this way without other adults being complicit, adults that could have helped, adults that could have stopped it. So yes, Victor may have been the true perpetrator in terms of the act, but it may have not been able to go on this way if everyone else didn't basically help him do it. And one of these people is this woman called Pamela Rourke. Now, I will say allegedly because these are allegations that are made, and we'll talk later about like the lawsuit and stuff. But according to Lindsay, she is the one who refers to Pamela as a pimp.
Lindsay now calls her Victor's pimp.
At one point, got us books on sex and sex positions.
Oh my God. This is giving Ghislaine Maxwell type shit. The salt ceremony that they had, or salt covenant. They had all these maidens line up, and they had the veil, and they were dressed in white, and all of this. Like he was married them. He gave them rings. This is the part that they bring up, the girls, when they say that they had the salt ceremony.
I have to go get my cat. Sissy! I have to go get my cat, guys. It'll only take me a second. Hey, there you are. Hey, that was fast. Yeah, hey, we're just trying to get you out of the rain. Yeah. Yeah, did you have fun out there? Yeah, at least you're, be a little bit less stir crazy. Yeah, you happy kitty? Okay, well, happy kitty. Does happy kitty want to play? Does happy kitty want to play? No, happy kitty wants food. Okay. Oops, I put my headphones away.
Parents, and when their parents try to act like we didn't know what was going on, we thought they were nuns, they're like, no, it's clear that he was like marrying us. And what happens after you marry someone? So this is the part where like the kids say their parents knew what was going on.
All the other adults, I mean, they were there and they knew about it and didn't do anything.
And then they take salt with him, which is part of the ritual, I guess. Lindsay does not talk to her parents anymore. She's even on Dr. Phil.
No.
What the hell's that?
My biggest mistake was to trust the wrong man.
How could you not know? You and Mom took salt when you guys got married. You saw Victor taking salt with me, with a veil over my head, with a ring on my ring finger, and he did a teaching that said that the 10 of us are more than concubines. He said that he may or may not have sex with me. I was only 14. How could you not know?
And I disagreed with him, if you remember that.
So then why did you just leave me there?
I felt like I was manipulated into his power. All of her indications, all of her notes and things that were telling me that she was enjoying where she was.
She was a child.
And the father, I don't know, he's so... I don't like the father. I'll just leave it at that. Okay, woo, I was about to go off the rails right there. It's like, dude, you're her fucking dad. Who the hell else is supposed to stop this shit? You'd have brought them into the damn cult in the first place. Now you're gonna sit there and watch a salt story. Then he had the nerve to be like, the dad's like, yeah, no, I mean, I thought he was gonna sleep with her, but like later when she was older, it's like, wait a minute, you're willing to give your 13-year-old daughter to this man who's going to marry her, and eventually you know for sure that he's got his eye, and you think he's gonna wait? You really think that you're gonna give it to... My first thought was, check his hard drive. Check the dad's hard drive. Like all these people that are complicit, I'm like, check them out. They're doing it too. Guilty. I mean, allegedly. Sorry. Pam Rourke, she's part of this couple, the Rourkes, right? Then there's this other couple, and I want you to remember their name. They're the Emblads. So these are two couples that are like leaders in the church. Obviously, they're under Victor, but they've got some sway in the church, and keep that in mind. According to Lindsay, Craig Emblad was at that meeting where Victor told her parents that he may or may not sleep with her, and that they knew that it was a possibility and they went along with it anyway. So again, another thing that Lindsay talks about when she says that they knew what was going on and they let it happen, and she was 13. In the beginning, Lindsay said that Victor would tell her to use like contraceptives, but then he had this surgery, I'm assuming vasectomy, because he came back and he told her, you don't have to take contraceptives anymore.
Nope.
I can't have children. Which brings me to Jessica, because Jessica is another girl who was in the same situation that Lindsay was in. She was called to be a maiden. She was 12 years old, okay? And she is the reason why Victor went and got a vasectomy, because she actually was trying to get pregnant, hoping that she would get sent away because she got pregnant. And I guess he caught wind of that, and that's when he decided, oh, you think you're like gonna control or you know, take your situation into your own hands in any type of way? No. Now I'm gonna get a vasectomy. Jessica, she actually was keeping track of every time she got, you know, R-worded, assaulted, whatever, by, I hate this damn algorithm shit, by Victor. She kept track of it in a journal and in a calendar. Now, when Victor found her journal, he destroyed it and got so upset, but he didn't know that she had a calendar, that she was still keeping track of this by putting this X every day she got called in, or whenever she got called in and had this shit go down happen to her, she would put an X on the calendar. She had already tried to run away several times, and every single time she failed. It's actually really sad. She also does not talk to her parents, because
when I said to my parents, this man that you support, Victor Bernard, your daughter, my mom said, the blood of the Lamb covers it all. Jesus Christ forgives. I don't look at them as my parents anymore, because they're not the parents that I wanted or needed. So my parents, the people that I grew up with as a child, they don't exist anymore.
By 2008, there was this scandal that happened because they didn't care that he was sleeping with their daughters. What they didn't like was him sleeping with their wives. That's when they were like, oh no, we have a problem here. It turns into this whole ass thing where they confront him about it, and they're like, hey, you're sleeping with our wives. Like, what the hell, bro? We gave you our daughter. Is that not enough? And he actually tells the congregation in this meeting, I have had affairs. And if any of you are curious if it was with your wife, like, come and talk to me about it. And so they do. They confront him and they talk to him. They did not like what he had to say, because they end up going to the sheriff. And they tell the sheriff, because apparently in Minnesota there is a law where adultery is illegal if there is some sort of religious coercion that's involved. And according to the sheriff, when they started looking into it, the women that were supposedly the victims of this adultery with religious coercion, they told the sheriff that they were totally willing and not coerced in any way. And so the sheriff said he really couldn't do anything about that. It was also at this time that some of these people who went to the sheriff also said, and we think he's also sleeping with these underage girls. David Larson started distancing himself from Victor when he saw that things were changing and going in this direction that they discussed when they first started that they would not be going.
Victor demoted Larson, who would end up cooperating with detectives. And in one respect, Larson was one of the first to blow the whistle. In July 2009, Larson wrote this 18-page letter to Victor, accusing him of adultery with the married women in the group. He tells Victor he surrounded himself with a bunch of yes men, and he is one of the worst. He accuses Victor of fornication with the maidens as well, and writes, I personally sorrow most for this.
He said that everything became about trying to cover it up, control it, hide it. To me, the real story is how something can start off good and end up so raunchy. I had a huge regret about that and still do. He said every single one of us should be ashamed of ourselves that we let him do this. He destroyed their lives, he stole their purity, everything. To me, it doesn't get any worse than to use the name of God to do stuff like that. There's different stories about why nothing happened at this point. This is what the sheriff said. The sheriff said there was a rumor that there was a group of young girls that were these maidens and that something may be going on, but no one was coming forward saying, I I saw it. I know exactly what happened. And we certainly had no victims at that time coming forward saying I'm making an allegation that he SA'd me. Then I found this news clip where this journalist is talking about how like he looked into it and the sheriff said something and then about the DA, but that the DA lied to them or something like that.
The Pine County attorney won't comment on why he won't issue a warrant for Victor Bernard's arrest, saying only it's an active investigation, which the sheriff tells me isn't true.
Although they did not charge Victor with anything, the sheriff did go to Victor and did warn him and say basically, hey, we know what you're up to. We've got our eyes on you. You know what I mean? Soon. Not right now, though. This spooked Victor because after this happened, he moved. He left. He ends up selling Shepherd's Camp to the Salvation Army, and they end up moving to Washington. They go to Spokane. Remember the other leaders I told you about, the Emblads and the Rourkes? They end up going to Washington as well. Their neighbors in Washington noticed that they're very reclusive, but one of the things they also noticed was that the girls lived separately from the families. Like that they were different families that had homes on this compound, but then there was this other home that had all these young girls in them. And that was where like the maidens lived because he took the maidens with him when he fled. And this is also interesting because the allegations of adultery was in 2008. In 2009 is when Victor fled to Washington. In 2010 is when Lindsay, remember Lindsay? That's when she ended up leaving. And why? Also, it seems to me like this adultery thing seems to be the trigger. Everyone didn't seem to have a problem when he went and asked for these maidens in 2000. But all of a sudden, when the wives thing happened, everyone got upset because it wasn't just the husbands who got upset. The maidens got upset too. Because again, he was playing them against each other. They kind of would become jealous. So in this weird twisted thing, right? They're now upset with him. According to Lindsay, she said that once she expressed that she was very upset about that and that she wanted to leave, Pamela, remember she called her Pimpin' Pamela. Well, she didn't call her Pimpin', she called her Pimp. I'm calling her Pimpin' Pamela. That Pamela tried to convince her to stay and she wasn't having it. So she ends up leaving, going to stay with her family because at that point, you know, like the family had left because they were upset. A lot of members had left. So it was easier for these maidens to go to their families because their families were more now upset with Victor because of this whole adultery scandal. Remember Jessica? Okay, she ends up leaving when she's 20 years old. Remember, he had her become a maiden when she was 12 and she didn't leave until she was 20. So for 8 years, although he wasn't charged with anything, he was losing members, he had to move, he was afraid. It was like now that he was at this weak point is when some of the maidens who were with him for almost a decade and stuff decided this is their point to leave. So now Lindsay and Jessica are no longer part of River Road Fellowship. And in the next year, which is 2011, they would start communicating with each other online. After Jessica left, she really struggled. She had PTSD, obviously. She started struggling with addiction, and she said that it got so bad that at one point she attempted to take her own life 3 times in 4 months. In the fall of 2011, Lindsay and Jessica, they get in touch with each other now that they're outside, right? And they start talking. And the crazy thing about it is that they didn't even realize the extent of what happened to them, that it was like a crime. They just thought that they were struggling with something that everyone else thought was a good thing, like internalizing it. Once they started talking and talking to other people and, you know, being in the real world, they realized that this was a crime. At this point, they're in their 20s. And Lindsay tells actually her aunt and her uncle. And they're the ones who are like, yeah, we need to tell the police. And so that's when they end up going to the police in early, like January 3rd, I think, of 2000. Was it January 3rd? Yeah. January 3rd, 2012 is when they officially go to the police to report what happened. So the investigation starts. And it's during this investigation that the police realize 2 things. First of all, a lot of people.
I just blew 7,000 more caps. I feel like I'm blowing 7,000 caps every day now, which is insane. I just blew more 7,000 more things on plans.
on blueprints. So I bought blueprints. Let's go use them. Plan Atlantic Emblem. Plan Boss Medallion. Liberty Snow Globe. Robot Armor Limbs. Holiday Tree. Holiday Wreath. Honeycomb Paper Snowman. Nuclear Winter Beanie. Plastiform Nutcracker. Red Rocket Gas Pump Wall Light. Shenandoah Visitor Center Snow Globe. Trash Cube. And Wrapped Presents. There we go. And then I will go back and, yeah, it was cool. So this guy bought plans for me, so I came and blew 7,000 caps on him. The reciprocal, you know? I wish real life was like that, you know? I think we would be much more happier people. But one of the things the middlemen did is restrict trade. The right-wingers, the conservatives, they restrict trade constantly all the time. They tariff trade. They're such terrible pieces of shit. They have no idea how to run this world at all. And, I view them as anti-traders. They don't know. All they do is bungle their daddy's money. They have no idea how hard trading, not hard is, but how to be successful as a trader. They have no idea, so they don't value it at all. And, trading is the cure to poverty. It, like, actually is. But there's so many middlemen, and you have to get, like, everything that you sell, you have to have a license for now, which is just insane. Trading is this thing that should not be limited almost at all. Maybe sex and... Nope, just sex. That's it. Maybe weapons. Sex and weapons are like it. That's it. The rest of it shouldn't really... And child porn. All the rest of it should not be not be limited in any way or form. If I want to set up, you know, a lemonade stand on the side of the road and sell margaritas to, or not margaritas, but like, you know, something, sell lemonade on the side of the road at my house, I should be able to fucking do that. Trade is entirely voluntary, but I mean, the piece of shit middlemen, conservative right-wingers came in and ruined everything. And now you can't sell dope, you can't sell sex, you can't sell bullets, you can't sell alcohol, you can't sell gambling or anything else without crazy amount of permits and fucked up shit. And it's just like, I don't know, man, like those permits are a form of middlemen to control trade. And yeah, some trades should be, you know, some trades should be policed, but I don't know, man, like I really think it is kind of hard for people to not be poor now, because you've made it hard to even trade each other. I'm never poor on any of these games because I engage in trade all the time. But I am in the real world because you fucking limited it. The few times I did become a trader, I immediately started making like between $1,500 and $3,000 a day. And yeah, it was drugs, but I could do it with any industry. If I didn't feel like your fucking, you know, what's the word? Bureaucracy was up my fucking ass so bad that it would kill my soul to even deal with you to go get the permits. I'm not doing that. Anyways. These daily doubles, they're not that bad. Oops. Oh, notes. Okay, now I will look at, build light sources and, oops, let's see, challenges here. Build light sources in a workshop or camp. 3 of them. Kill mutated enemies. Light sources in a workshop or camp, huh? Let's go to... to my score base.
People don't want to cooperate with them. Second of all, even when confronted with the situation, it seems like they knew and they didn't care, which kind of makes it problematic because that's probably why they don't want to cooperate, because maybe they could be implicated or maybe they were complicit or whatever. Adding to that is the fact that Lindsay straight up already told them, she was like, yeah, no, they knew. They all knew. They were all part of it. And she starts telling them about like Pamela and the elders and everything. One of the investigating officers even said that the parents went so far as to deny that there was even this maiden thing going on, which had already been confirmed by other members, and that there were these elders who said that their daughters were not in a separate home in the compound, like the lodge with Victor or anything. So they realized, okay, this is difficult because the people who we thought would be the most likely to cooperate, like the parents of the victims, are the ones that are giving us the hardest time and are defending him the most. So they realized, okay, this is an uphill battle. Like, how are we going to get concrete proof? Because it even looked like these people were going to end up, if it went to trial or something, testifying in defense of Victor and against these victims, these girls. So, gross. So Lindsay's father, remember him, when he was confronted with investigators being like, hey, you know, she says that you knew and the ceremony and everything like that, and he kind of was a little bit backed into a corner. That's when he finally said, I should have taken them out sooner, but the thing is, I was so wrapped up and so deeply invested that I felt like if I left or took my daughters out of the situation with Victor, that I would lose everything. And then that would be even more damaging to the family. So in his twisted way, he thought that the only way to keep them all, I don't know, together or whatever, it would be to allow that.
I would call it just a spiritual stupor. The line was drawn that we would either give loyalty to Victor or we would not. And
you
the
chose
loyalty was based on him representing Jesus Christ in the church.
Again, check his hard drive. Allegedly. This little piece of information really pissed me off because it's not just the dad, it's the mom too. They're all trash. They're all trash, allegedly. The investigation said that when the father wanted to take her out of that home with the maidens and the lodge with Victor, that it was the mom who convinced the dad not to take his daughter, her daughter too, their daughter, out of that disgusting situation at the lodge with the maidens. What is that about? And then when you think about the fact that they're having affairs with the wives, I'm like, was he sleeping with the mom and the daughter of this guy? It wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me at all. Lindsay, like I said, both girls do not talk to their parents. According to Lindsay, she said, quote, my mom and two of my sisters wrote letters on behalf of Victor to the judge in Minnesota. In the beginning, it hurt more. Now I'm almost numb to it. She said her father wants to take no responsibility for what happened at all. He says, I'm the victim too. He's turned his whole side of the family against me. They think my dad's the victim and I'm making this all up. So then finally, after 2 years of investigating, in 2014, charges were filed. 59 charges. And the way they got that number, by the way, was from those X's that were made by Jessica in the calendar. Each of the counts carries a maximum penalty of 30 years in prison and a $40,000 fine. By the time that he was officially charged in 2014, he was already in Washington, remember? And this was in Minnesota. So they go to try to find him in Washington. He was already gone. During the course of this investigation, he caught wind of what was going on and he fled. So now they don't know where he is. And it turns into this national manhunt. It gets to the point where he's on the most wanted list. That show with John Walsh, The Hunt, on CNN, they did a whole thing about him trying to figure out where he is. And to get the public, they put out a reward for $25,000. It's like everybody was looking for him and he was nowhere to be found.
Well, I can tell you this, he's not in our jail. That's the one place I know that he's not, and that's the one place I want him, is in our jail.
11 months from when he was first charged, he was found and arrested. Where?
White people.
In Brazil. Turns out that one of these maidens was Brazilian, and she was from a wealthy family. She was now 33 years old. And he was in an apartment, they say a luxurious beachside apartment, with this 33-year-old former maiden who was also arrested when he was arrested.
He's been spotted in Brazil living in a luxurious beachside gated community right on a beautiful strip of water.
Apparently, Victor had said before that if anything goes down, like, he would go to Brazil. And the way that they were actually able to find him was by tracking his followers, because he used like prepaid cards and all this stuff to go to Brazil. He entered legally, but before he had charges against him. And they didn't really know where he was exactly or anything like that until they started following his followers. And that's how they found out where he was in that apartment. He needed to be extradited to Brazil, and that process takes a long time, like over a year potentially. And so he had to stay in a Brazilian jail until he got extradited. And it was during that time that he attempted to take his own life. It didn't work. Eventually he makes it to the States. And so now it's 2016 and he's in the States and he's trying to get bail. The prosecutors were trying to have it at $7 million, saying that his followers that are still loyal to him are trying to liquidate their assets so that they can get him out on bail. And they're like, we need to set it at $7 million, so they can't afford it. In the end, they end up doing a $1.5 million bail, but he doesn't post it because he ends up pleading guilty.
Oh, I got my feel revived.
Interesting because they said there was really no upside in terms of like getting a reduced sentence, because without pleading guilty, he was facing like 34 or something years, but then he pled guilty to 30 years. So it didn't really seem like it was worth it. But according to him and his defense attorney, he was like, oh, the reason I pled guilty is to spare the girls the trial, and that there were going to be so many people that were going to defend him at the trial and testify in defense of him, and he didn't want families testifying against families and putting people against each other, and that he tried to like make himself look like a martyr, is what Lindsay and Jessica said. They said the real reason he didn't want to go to trial is because there were a lot of details that had not come out, that were going to come out, and they wanted the details to come out. They've been like so vocal about showing themselves, saying their names, and wanting people to know what happened to them, because this whole time it's like, keep it a secret, keep it a secret, it's like secret. The prosecutor came out and said that the details that we know are just the tip of the iceberg, that it actually gets so much worse than that, and that now we won't know what that is, and he won't have to face that being revealed by pleading guilty. The prosecutor also added that after doing their investigation, they actually believed that there were at least 17 juvenile victims, but that they could not get these juvenile victims or their parents to cooperate or press charges or anything, even though they had evidence that this had happened to them. That's how brainwashed these people were. So on October 28, 2016, it was the sentencing, and Jessica and Lindsay, they spoke about what happened. They did the victim impact statements, and Jessica talked about her PTSD and how she's been struggling and what he did to her. And Lindsay, the same thing, talking about how basically their lives are still ruined by this. They're totally cut off from their family because their family are supporting him, and he did this to them, and basically like he destroyed their lives. And it's still like the effects of what he did all the way back then are still affecting them, basically. You think the story is over? It's not. It's actually about to get to the best part, and that is the brutal prison attack that he suffered. Sorry. Am I sorry though? No, I'm just saying that I don't feel bad at all. And actually, after this attack, when the news reporter, when he spoke to the victims and asked them what do they think about the fact that he got attacked in prison, they were like, we're actually very upset at the footage showing that he was receiving care.
You may wonder what the survivors of Bernard's abuse think about his prison assault. One of them, Lindsay Ternabi, watched the video and told us it was upsetting to see the care Bernard received from prison staff. Bernard is not considered a martyr, I am told, by anyone except for perhaps himself.
Damn. Nice. There is this guy, and the thing about it is I have very mixed feelings about him, because at first, this is the inmate who beat him up, by the way. His name is Shane Kringen. And at first I was like, yay, Shane, you know, whatever. Then I found out what Shane was in prison for, and I was like, this is unfortunate. And basically, let me tell you what he was in prison for, and then I'll tell you what he did and you decide. He has 12 felony convictions to his name for drugs, assault, and for having sex with an underage girl. Now, so Here's
Takes
the
one
thing.
to know one, or
Even his
whatever.
reasons for doing it are not these like heroic altruistic reasons. It's because he felt like Victor was basically challenging him, and he had to, maintain eye contact and establish dominance in front of all the other people in the prison so that they don't try to get him. You know what I mean? There's footage of how the shit went down. January 8th, 2017 is when this went down. So this inmate comes up to
Even in jail,
Shane,
this guy
and then
drives
they start
people
talking
crazy.
for a little bit, and then the inmate leaves, and Victor's cellmate leaves with him, and so now Victor is in there by himself, and then Shane walks into the cell that Victor's in and shuts the
Beats
door,
the
so
fuck
now
out
they're
of
by
him.
themselves in that cell, and then 40 seconds later he comes out alone, and then 4 minutes after that this guard is making the rounds, and as she opens the door she sees Victor in there and that he's been assaulted. She then, the security and medical team get called, and they say that he was barely conscious, struggled to breathe, and was
that guy
unable to
beat him
tell
damn near
staff
to
what
death.
happened.
Yeah.
His injuries were facial fractures, cuts, broken ribs, a punctured lub. Sorry, a
Yeah, this is
punctured
why you don't
lung,
fuck with people in
and they
prison.
said that he had brain damage, that he had a
you pick the craziest person there and just beat the fuck out of him to make a statement to anybody else. Leave me alone. So he picked like the worst guy there and just used him as an example. It's not funny, but at least something bad happened to him other than jail, Ugh.
a traumatic brain injury. According to Shane, right?
He's like,
he had to do it.
He's a vegetable now. Yeah, he's like a vegetable now. I'm sure he did have to do it. Yeah. This guy fucks up everybody that he meets. I think he probably did have to do it.
Because he was being challenged by Victor, and he just had to establish dominance, or else everyone else was going to come for him. It's like prison shit.
Like
so he
prison
said, quote, "I didn't go in with the intent to beat him brainless.
No.
Damn. I went in with the intent to deal with his behavior, to stop singling me out. Other people were looking at me going, hey, Bernard's looking at you. What's going on?" According to authorities, though, after that happened, when they took Shane out and were walking him away to question him, he said, quote, he was doing God's work. Shane also really didn't like him because he was like, this guy's a master manipulator. He also had taken over all the religious things that were going on at the prison.
Victor Bernard is a master manipulator of unprecedented scale. Victor Bernard had an agenda, and he only miscalculated in one area and one area only. When he picked out the person that he was going to have a confrontation with.
The one psycho. This guy's sick. This guy's just as sick as him.
The wrong person. He picked me.
He found fans afterwards.
I had $25 sent to me all the way from, what was it, the Carolinas. Complete stranger. He said something about doing God's work.
But
Shane
you rape
like,
children too.
Actually, I was defending myself because when I went in there, he bit my finger. Charlie bit my finger, and it's really hurting. Do you remember that? If you do, you're a Manellial.
I do.
You're a Manellial poo. Woo, girl, shut the fuck
millennial.
up and keep talking. Yeah, he said he bit his finger. Oh my God, shut up. He said he bit his finger. I'm serious now.
Kringen claims Bernard made the first move and even tried to bite off his finger.
And he jumps up like this. In a dark room like that, that's a sign of aggression.
Kringen, who was a short timer, only looking at a couple more years, was now facing another decade.
Do I regret it? No, not even remotely. I sleep good at night.
So Shane ends up getting charged. But the thing is, Victor didn't show up, didn't want to,
play
go
stupid
forward
games,
with anything,
win stupid
and
prizes.
it ends up getting dropped, and he got acquitted of everything.
This is why I don't ever cross anybody. I don't ever go out of my way to fuck with somebody. I don't want problems with them. I know they'll fixate. They always do. And it's just stupid people with childhood damage trying to pass that childhood damage on to somebody else.
Everything. But here,
this is why I don't fuck with idiots who break the law. Even though I was like a kingpin and all this shit, I still didn't fuck really with people who broke the law. I had customers and I had like sources, but I didn't have people that like broke the law, like stealing or raping or killing or like, I don't know, like abuse or any of that other stuff. I don't truck with people who break the law. I've never thought of fucking drugs as being illegal until piece of shit right where said they were, you know? Still don't think so. But all the rest of it, like all this negative ass shit, yeah, this is why I don't do like ill whack ass shit, you know? Never really did. If I did, it was always by myself, no one else involved. My own tip, trying to rob off some fucking corpo or something. On my own bent, never like, oh, I brought a bunch of criminals in to harm my community and shit. No, it was always like me versus some corpo who's stolen from me. Can't move. Wedged. Maybe I'll pull out the old, the mini nuke. Let's see. Dave Squatch, Colonel Angus, Demon Reaper. Yeah, I got a bunch of them there. Someone's buying stuff, nice. Cripple a scorched leg. Okay.
Here's the deal. Shane thinks that this is all an act because he believes that Victor is trying to plead insanity.
Take over jail.
That Victor wants to be transferred and put into like
a mental asylum where he becomes like the Joker and takes over the asylum. That's the sort of like thing these people are. That's who these people are. They use their charisma to enslave people who are stupid and just don't know better, or are just feckless and don't have like care for the life around them and stuff. What's this now? I am not able to... Leg. 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 How many times do I have to do this? 18, but you're... Oh, Scorched. These are ghouls, aren't they? Oh, Scorched. Scorched is... yeah. Morgantown Airport. Oops. Well, I'll go there.
A medical facility and not the regular prison. And so he acted like after getting hit like this, he couldn't remember anything. And he's like doing these interviews with the investigators and he's like, what happened? Last thing I remember, I was in Brazil.
Do you remember anything what happened that day?
I just don't want to answer questions right now because I don't even remember anything.
Okay.
The last thing that you remember was being in Brazil, right? Do you remember going to prison?
I remember briefly, but mostly in Brazil.
Okay, so you don't remember coming to U.S. jail?
And then he's like, you're protecting the guy who did it, like as if he thinks the guy who attacked him was a corrections officer.
Aren't you trying to protect him now?
Why would I protect him?
I don't know.
No, he's going to be held accountable for what he did.
Is it an act? Is it real? I mean, he got beat up really bad, like he could have brain damage. Or is this some sort of trick? According to Shane, he thinks it's a trick so that he can get transferred. And if it is, it worked because he's no longer at the regular prison. They've moved him somewhere else. And they say he's at a medical style prison that may or may not have more freedom, movement, or something like that. I don't actually know. But he's not where he was. That same year as this prison attack, another thing happened, and that is Lindsay filed a civil suit against the elders. Remember those families that I told you about? The Emblads. Wait, what were they called again? Yeah, the Rourkes and the Emblads. She filed a civil lawsuit against them, saying that basically they were negligent and complicit.
This lawsuit filed late this afternoon is really about the other leaders of the River Road Fellowship. It specifically names 15 of them, saying they failed to protect the teenage girls in the group from, quote, the perversions of Victor Bernard. Victor was their minister, along with his wife, Stephanie. And 4 other couples were the trustees, some with daughters in the maidens. Craig Elmblad was Victor's right-hand man and enforcer.
Does that sound like someone who should have done more?
Absolutely. Yeah, it sounds like he knew about it and just turned a blind eye. And until Victor started sleeping with the married women, then decided to speak up. When all along, he knew what was happening with the young girls.
We've not heard anything from it, and I did my research and looked into it, and I feel like there was a settlement that was confidential that happened there, and that's why we don't really know what happened, because it's like we heard about it and they spoke about it publicly and then it just disappeared. So if anyone knows, I'd love to hear, but all I could find was that it happened and that it potentially got settled confidentially, but I don't know. Also in 2017, but at the end, in November of 2017, during the appeals process, there was some kind of technicality that came up that led to Victor's sentence being reduced, but only 6 years out of 30. So now he's only going to be there for 24 years. So he'll be in his 80s, apparently, when he gets out, if he gets out. But I mean, with that attack and stuff, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. To me, it's like this is a case study in when the victim becomes the perpetrator. Because it's like, I believe that because he had this traumatic situation with his mom, I think he kind of became a narcissist, because that's another thing that comes up a lot, is that he was a narcissist. And, you know, they can be charismatic and outgoing and really great and everything in the beginning, but it's all about control. It's all about them. They don't care who they hurt. So it's like really sad, because as much as I hate narcissists, you become a narcissist because of trauma. It's just that instead of you becoming like someone who takes it out on themselves or internalizes it or, you know, has all these other issues, you become the villain and you traumatize other people and could potentially create new narcissists or
like
other victims. So
it's like it's the victim. It's the gift that never stops giving. It's like this, like somebody raped you, somebody fucked you, somebody screwed you over as a child. So you have to go do that to someone else? When I was growing up, I found out that the boy and he was one of my best friends too, but my fucking gun broke. Did I kill it? It's gone. I don't know.
It's like the sympathy that I have, it sort of ends when you start to hear.
Yeah, like it ends. So, okay, I'm going to tell a really dramatic story, and I don't like telling the dramatic story, but enough years have passed where I feel like I can tell the story, and I'm not going to identify the people involved, but when I was young, I lived in a place we called the Crack Shack, which was a flop house apartment that was run by one of my friends or myself for over a period of like 13 years. And we came in when we were like 16, and we left the place when we were like 28 and stuff. And so in that first apartment complex, the original Crack Shack, there was my friend B, who was a girl. There was my friend L, who was a guy. There was my friend M, who was a guy. And then there was, that was it. It was a 2-bedroom apartment. And 3 of them lived there, and I was like the 4th in that crew. And we were very tight for like 10 years, and I was in love with B, but she was dating M. And L eventually married B's best friend. And they had a whole 2 couples thing going, and I was always the 3rd or the 5th wheel. Though, I had girlfriends and all this stuff. I never had any problem dating. I just was after a girl that was in that crew. I asked her to marry me in a Vegas hotel room one time. But, and she said no, because she was like, I'm too young. You're a nice person. I like you, but I'm too young, and too crazy. And I was like, okay. And, so, anyways, a couple of years into being around them, my friend M was like, I have to tell you something. That was B's boyfriend. And I was like, okay. And he was like, when I was young, when I was like 7 years old, and I'd known him about 3 years, and he was like, most people know what happened, but you don't because you moved here. And I was like, okay, what happened? And he was like, well, when I was young, there was a Waldorf teacher. Oh, sorry, it wasn't a Waldorf teacher. It was a Waldorf babysitter who took care of a bunch of the kids in Waldorf who ended up being abusive. And all the Waldorf kids know it, but you don't because, you're from the outside. And I was like, okay. And he was like, yeah, when I was like 5 years old, I was abused by the babysitter. And so was my brother. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry about that. And I could stop the story here, but it's been so many years, and this isn't a friend of mine anymore, and I never really trusted him, and I never really liked him, and in my life he was, in a way, sort of a competition, even though he was a very close friend. That's another thing about Waldorf communities, is no matter what, you never insult or attack your friends and stuff, and he was a friend, so here I am. This is about as close as to attacking him as I'm ever going to get, and I'll tell this story because it affects me. But he was like, you should know that I was raped as a child when I was like 5, and so was my little brother, and our mother knew, and she was the person who brought the babysitter to justice. And I was like, oh my God, that's what happened? Because we knew there was some kind of crazy drama that had happened. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, and he was like, well, there's something else. And I was like, oh, okay, there's something else. And he was like, yeah, the reason I'm living in the apartment with my friend L here and B is B was, and we knew this, I knew this, but he was like, B was raped by a Shiny Mountain Waldorf high school teacher. And her best friend T was my best friend's love interest for most of his life. And he was after her. And my friend T, she was raped by a Denver Waldorf high school teacher. He was our keyboarding teacher. He was like our computer teacher who taught us how to, he taught keyboarding classes, like how to type quickly. He taught us typing classes. He taught us how to type quickly. And his name was Drake. Drake went up for, this was the stuff that I grew up with, and it sucked. It was all around me. Drake went to jail for 15 years or something for statutory raping my friend T. And these were all my best friends. There was B, the girl I was in love with. She was raped by a Shiny Mountain Waldorf high school teacher. There was my friend T, who I wasn't that close with, but my best friend was, and he was in love with her. And we broke into the high school because B and T were raped by fucking Waldorf teachers, and it fucking fucked us up. On top of that, there was the other problem, which was that in the Denver Waldorf community, there was a rapist babysitter who made the rounds with all of the kids. And it happened to my best friend, it happened to his sister, it happened to my friend B. Oh, sorry, not B, but M. And that was B's boyfriend, and it happened to a bunch of kids in my school. Everybody knew, but I came in from the outside, so I didn't find out till my junior year or something like this. And this detonated my high school experience. It just detonated it. I went and I broke into the high school because I was mad at them. I was mad at the high school. I didn't care what they thought. I wanted them to know that we were outlaw bandit kids and totally strung out and totally like out of it. Not totally strung out, but like totally high. And totally out of it, totally wasted when we did that. All 5 of us, we drove drunk in 2 different cars across town, and we broke into the high school at like 4:05 in the fucking morning, and we partied in the girls' bathroom because it was just like, you know, why not? It just seemed like an interesting place to smoke joints and get drunk and stuff. And we broke a bunch of stuff, and we fucked up the walls, and we painted the walls and all this shit. We did some damage. It was about $4,000 worth of damage, but nobody was physically harmed, and I was brought to justice over it. They ran my prints because I was in the system for possession of ecstasy. And I was currently fighting a case with Denver about that. Not fighting, but I was like I was currently resolving a case in Denver around possession of ecstasy in a high-speed chase, and I was in drug court. So my prints were in the system, and they ran my prints. So. And so, I mean, my high school years were fucking crazy. You could do a movie about it, and I thought about doing a movie about it, but the problem is all this damage made it impossible for me to do anything. I mean, I had a lot of damage. There was my classmate, Alyssa Heberton. She was fucking raped and murdered and right out of high school. She was like maybe 19, 20, 21, something like that. I don't remember how old she was, but she was like 20, I think. And a guy got her up in the fucking mountains. There was only 10 of us in our class, 5 boys, 5 girls. It was like Harry Potter. It was like losing Hermione. It was like in my Harry Potter thing, Hermione was raped and murdered. And I mean, she was like Hermione. She was exactly like Hermione. She was as close of a person I've ever met as Hermione fucking Granger. And our Hermione Granger in our high school was fucking raped and murdered in the fucking mountains. And so I remember at the age of 21, when we were old enough to drink, we descended down to a rooftop fucking vigil. And my friend Robbie, my bassist, he fucking threw a rooftop vigil, and I'll never forget 450 of my, I don't know, it was like 350, something like that. 350 of my closest friends and all their family descended down on the rooftop to drink for Alyssa Heberton's memory. And it was just fucking crazy. It was like Hermione was fucking raped and murdered out of my fucking school. And I mean, I went to a Harry Potter type school. So it really fucked us up. It fucked all of us up. Later on, my best friend, well, not best friend, but one of my best friends, Jan, he was not my best friend. My best friend's still alive and with us. But Jan, his best friend, Jan, shot his father, then himself a second later. I don't know why all this stuff happened to us, but it just did. So I'm going to finish out the story I was trying to tell. My friend M, who I don't particularly like because he was with my friend B for like 10 years, and he knew how much I loved her. And I think around year 4 or something like that, he just stopped loving her, and they were just together because they were together. And I sort of started to resent both of them over it. I was like, Jesus Christ, why are you still with your high school girlfriend who you don't love, who you don't treat well, and you're not abusing her, but you're definitely neglecting her. And she would come to me about that stuff. It was just like, Jesus fucking Christ, break up with her, give me a year, and I'll come in and I'll ask her to marry me. I'm the one who actually loves her, and everybody the fuck knew. My friend L knew, his wife knew, her best friend, B's best friend, L. There was L and L, which is I can't say their names, but there's L and L. And they were totally innocent like me. I came in later, like L was from California, I was from New Jersey. And we came in our teenage years to the Denver Waldorf School. And my friend L, he's been a shining beacon in my life, all of my fucking life. And we love each other to death. I haven't seen him now in 15 years, but I'd take a bullet for that motherfucker. He was in the crew with me, in that original crew with B, L, M, and me. And and we were like fucking brothers and sisters, and we all had fucked up lives, and we all had single parents and all this stuff, and we all like left our houses at the age of 16, and we moved into the crack shack, and 2 of my friends were legally emancipated because their shit was so fucked up, and what had happened to them was so fucking fucked up. Like, like 2 of my friends were legally emancipated, so they were like, that's my friends L and M. And my friend L was legally emancipated because he moved from California to Denver to go to our school. And we knew his family and stuff. I met his family and stuff out in California. Wonderful guy. Best guy I ever knew. He was the shining beacon of the whole school. Everybody loved him. He was like the Leo. He was the big, prom king for Denver Waldorf. And he was one of my best friends. I'm very proud of him, and I'm proud of his life. He sold me an Eddie Bauer edition SUV one time. That's how close we are, because my mom and I were some trouble. So he was like, "You could buy my SUV for half price," and I was like, "No way, are you serious?" And he was like, "Yeah, I understand that you have to move, and your car broke down. You've got to move." And I was like, "Yeah," and he was like, "You could buy my SUV. I'm selling it anyway." And I was like, "Really?" And he was like, "Yeah, I was asking for $3,300, but I'll sell it to you for half because you're a friend." 17, and I was like, "Sold!" And my mother was like, "Sold!" And we had that nice SUV for like 3 years or something. It was a nice hand-me-down from a rich person. And I really love my friend L. That really saved us. I'll never forget that he did that. He sold me an SUV one time for half price. And it was one of the kinder things anybody's ever done for me, believe it or not. It got my mom out of a bad pinch. And I love my friend L. I would die for him. He's a great guy. I never see him or talk to him because I ended up being the meth head, crazy outlaw kingpin kid. But they weren't squares, but there were people that, they definitely weren't squares. They were druggies like me. They weren't square. They're definitely not squares, but they're law-abiding, peaceful, good citizens who are scared by people like me, and I don't blame them. And so, yeah, these are like I'm Whitey Bulger. They're like, I'm not Whitey Bulger, but I'm like Whitey Bulger. And so all the people that I grew up with in high school, they don't really like me. And that's okay. I didn't do nasty things like Whitey Bulger. I just did drugs and sold drugs. But they don't like me because they know. They all know. They know that I was like this feckless, completely lawless individual most of my life, and they don't like it, and I don't blame them. They're from a button-down, private school background, and they don't like stuff like that. And so I never spoke to most of them ever again. When I took the Sith path and I left like my reality and stuff, I just stopped speaking to most of these people. But anyways, so there I am with the girl that I love's boyfriend, who's a good friend of mine, one of my best friends, who I live with. Understand? I live with him. He's like a roommate, and we're close. And he's like, so I was raped by a Waldorf babysitter when I was 5. And because of this, and he was like, I struggle to explain this to you, dude, but he's like, I see that you're going to be a friend for a really long time, so I'm going to explain this to you because you deserve to have the explanation, and my mother's forcing me to do it, and everybody's forcing me to do it. And I was like, okay, well, I'm open-minded, talk to me. And he was like, when I was 5, I was raped by a Waldorf babysitter, and I didn't know any better. I thought that was how... this is him, not me. It sounds like me, but it's him. And he was like, I don't know how. I don't have a little brother. I'm not like him or whatever. I can't relate to this. But he was like, because of the babysitter, who got both me and my brother and my sister, he raped all 3 of them. Like fucking, he was like, the babysitter was so close and so fucked up that they taught us this fucked up shit when we were like 5 years old. So then when I was 7, I was separated from my brother because I sexually molested him. And this is like the darkest secret that I hold. You know, and I just blabbed it on stream, but I didn't drop the names. The names have been dropped to protect the innocent and all this stuff. And I was like, oh my God, you touched your little brother? And he was like, yeah, when I was 7 years old, I touched my little brother inappropriately because we were both, you know, raped as a child because of our babysitter. And he was like, I've been through a lot of therapy and a lot of stuff, and I have a lot of psychiatrists, and I'm on medication. And he was like, we addressed this. I never touched my little brother again after I was 7. And my little brother loves me, but we don't live with each other. And the courts found out, and they weren't surprised, and all this stuff. And I was like, oh, wow. And he was like, they didn't do anything to me because the parents, you know, were there and dealt with it in court and all this stuff. But he was like, yeah, it was a big thing. My brother and I have been separated, and we're going to be separated all of our lives. And he was like, oh my, and he was like, that's why my little brother doesn't live with me, and it's why I don't live with my parents. And I was like, oh my fucking God. And I was like, well, dude, if you were brought to justice and you've never done this again, and you know, my best friend loves you and she knows that you're a good person, I can see that you've been victimized, and while I can't forgive you for what you did to your little brother, that's not my place to judge. That's God's place, you know? And I was like, I'm not going to judge you for what you did. That's God's business. It's obvious that you've been dragged through hell for it your entire fucking life. I can see the damage it has done to you, and I can see what it's done to your mind and your body and your soul. I'm not one to judge you. I'm going to continue to be friends with you, but if I act like a little bit cooler or that I don't like you as much, you'll know why. And he was like, that's very honest, and I appreciate that. And I'll never forget that conversation. I was like, yep, I'll be a little bit cooler to you. It's going to be harder for me to like you. I told him, I was like, it's going to be harder for me to like you. I already didn't really like you, but I didn't tell him in that conversation. But I was like, I already don't like you because you have the girl of my dreams and you've been with her for 9 years, but you stopped loving her like 5 years ago. He did. He stopped loving her like 5 years ago. He wasn't cheating on her, but he was just working like 80-hour weeks, and he just didn't care for her, didn't like her, and wasn't fucking her or being with her. And she was like the queen of the high school. It was affecting everybody. She needed love and a boyfriend and all this stuff. She was all of our best friends. Everybody loved B. She was everybody's best friend. And him dragging her down into a loveless relationship where I feel like he was blaming her for what he had done. And we all knew. This all coalesced, and I never spoke to him again after this. I remember. It just coalesced. We all decided to go trip acid in the sand dunes for some fucking reason. There was like, I don't know. Yeah, there was like 11 of us or something like that. It was me and the entire crack shack, which was, you know, B, L, M, and well, L and L, B and M. There was 4 others and their crew, and then I brought 3 others with me. And we went down to the sand dunes, and we tripped balls, and we walked through the desert, which is something we all wanted to do. I don't know why we did this. It was a terrible idea. We brought Mia the dog with us, and that was terrible. We brought Mia, which was B's dog, her best friend. And we went into the desert, and we tripped balls on fucking acid, and you know, in the sand dunes, which are about 4.5 hours from Denver. And we were at this campsite with 2 cars, and we were car camping, and it was freezing, and it was raining, and we got rained out in the desert, and we damn near died. We tromped through the desert, and we were all tripping balls on gel tabs, and we couldn't tell where the camp was. We were all tripping way too much. Way too much. All 10 of us were tripping way, way, way too much. I'm very ashamed of this. I was like, dude, I think your dog's gonna die. And you know, I was like, dude, I think your dog's gonna die. And she's like, why are you saying that? I was like, because it's like 40 degrees out and she's soaking wet and your dog is going to die. And she's like, stop saying that. And I was like, I'm going to hug your dog in my jacket and I'm going to carry her. And she was like, okay. You know, it was shit like that. It was fucking crazy. I was like, I'm going to carry her. I'm the biggest, fattest dude here and I'm going to carry her. I'm going to give her my warmth. I don't want your dog to die. And she was like, you're scaring me. And I was like, yeah, I think we're going to die out here, dude. You know, I remember B was like the only one who was tripping the lead. B was tripping the least, so she had the best brain of the whole situation. But like, and I was good enough to just not be too high. I've been on all these drugs. I was the actual gonzo person. So the only 2 people out of the 8 that could put who could rub 2 thoughts together, the rest of them were rambling, raving mad. All fucking 10 of us were rambling, raving mad. And B and I were leading the group through the desert. And I was like, I think we're going to freeze to death out here, you know? I think your dog's going to die. I was like, we have to find this place. And she was like, I think we see it. But the problem is we were in the sand dunes and there was like mirages from the fucking rainstorm. We kept seeing lights, but they were being shimmered by all the water that was coming down in big sheets of rain and stuff that was soaking us wet. And we were like, it was cold. It was like 40 degrees because it was the desert at night. And we were tripping balls. It was one of the scariest situations I've ever been in. When we got back, we found the camp somehow. I don't remember how we did it, but I was like, I don't think it was me. I don't remember who saw it, but somebody saw that camp, and we went back to the bathroom. And we went back to the bathroom, and we pissed, and we got warm, and we got in the cars, and we turned on the heaters, and we were all frozen solid. It was one of the crazier nights of my life. It really was. In the car, B and M have their breakup right out, and they're both tripping balls, and they have their fucking breakup, and I had to mitigate their breakup. I was like, you love him, and she was like, yeah, I do, and I was like, you hate him now though, and she was like, yeah, I want to break up with him. I'm done. I was like, that's okay. I looked at him and I was like, you love her? And he was like, yes. And I was like, you don't like her, you don't want to be with her anymore? And he was like, yes. And I was like, shake hands. And they were like, this is how it came down. We were all tripping balls, and it came down to this, like, shake hands and agree to break up but not hate each other. And I was like, if you hate each other, it's not only going to tear this entire group apart, but it's going to tear our high school apart. If you guys go to war with each other, it's going to tear our high school apart. You have to shake hands and agree not to date and just break up. And as they shook hands, I was like, there, feel the warmth in your hands. I mean, verbatim, I was like, this is what it was like. I mean, I don't want the memory to be like this. It just was. And I was like, there, feel the warmth in your hands. Feel that we're freezing to death, and you feel the warmth in each other's hands. And I was like, that is love. That's all you need to get through this situation. You guys have broken up. It happens to all of us. I've broken up with 2 different girls. You know, I understand. And you guys have been doing this for 10 years, so it's devastating to you. But if you hate each other and tear each other apart after this, it's going to affect all of us. It's going to tear our crew apart, our school apart. It's going to tear everybody apart. And they were like, okay, I understand. And I was like, listen to the love. I think that's what I said. I was like, listen to the love in your hands and understand that that's the main thing to take away from this. You can hate each other. You can break up. It's okay. We're here. You know, everybody's here. Your best friends are here. But, you know, understand the love is the way that you walk out of this. If you walk out of this, like, tearing each other apart at the end of the worst trip of your life and calling each other names and tearing each other down and letting these terrible things about cheating go and all this other stuff, if you do that, that's fine. But you're taking your friends with you. You have to actually, like, shake at the end of it and agree to love each other at the end of it. You know, I was like, you have to agree. And until they did that, it wouldn't end. They fought for 5.5 hours. It was like they were going to kill each other. And it was like everybody there, all 10 of us, like all 6 of us left, or 8 of us. It was like 8 of us left after them. We're just like, shut up. At like after hour 3.5, we were just like, dude, you've been screaming at each other for like 3.5 hours. You're going to get us busted. We're in possession of drugs in a campsite down at the sand dunes. And there are cops. We've seen them and shit. You're going to get us busted for hardcore drugs. Like, you got to stop. You got to stop screaming at each other. At 7 in the morning, you have to stop doing it. And they were like, no, we can't. We can't stop screaming at each other. And we're like, we had to put them in separate cars, but then they would just get back out again and start screaming at each other. It was that fucking bad. It tore us apart. It was crazy.
Finally, when I got him to shake hands, I was like, you feel the warmth? That's the love. You can walk away remembering that. Break up with each other, it's fine. But, you know, until I did that, I was like, look, you have to understand there's some common ground here. You have to shake each other's hand and agree to stop fighting and agree to stop tearing your friends apart. You're going to get us busted for drugs. You got to stop screaming at 7 in the morning. There are many families and their campers around here in the summer at sand dunes and stuff. You are screaming at the top of your lungs at each other at 7 in the morning while you're tripping on acid. You have to stop. You have to stop hating each other. The hatred, it's tearing our crew apart. It's tearing our high school apart. You have to end this relationship. That's okay. But look at, like, shake each other's hand, feel the love that's still there, and walk away from each other. That's enough, you know? And then we separated them to different cars again, and they were able to remain separate. But it was terrible. It was fucking terrible. After that, I was like, well, M raped his little brother as a child. M dragged us through the sand dunes nightmare and broke up with his girlfriend right in the middle of it. M kept my friend B in a loveless relationship for 5 years past when they knew it was over. And we all just thought they were doing it to make make a show for everybody or something. It was insane. This affected my life. This affected B's life. This affected everybody's life. Like B's best friend, Elle, her life was completely fucked by it. Like Elle, you know what Elle did? I mean, this is how crazy this shit got. Elle was like, Elle and B can move to California with me. M can't. That's what Elle did. I mean, she didn't say that, but she ran the social contract. That was B's best friend. And she didn't say it. She didn't implicitly ever say it, but there was this thing where she canceled M. She was like, M cannot come with us to California. She even made Elle and Elle, they made the offer to me. They were like, you can come out to California, dude. You can sleep on our couch and you can come with us to California and shit. B and Elle and Elle, they all moved out to California. They never came back to Colorado after that. It was insane. After our crew detonated, they all moved to California and left the Denver scene behind. It was like that fucking devastating. It was fucking shitty. And all it was a relationship ending and a story about M as a child. But I couldn't remember his little brother because we went to school with him. I could never remember his little brother. We went to school with him. I saw him not every day, but often, maybe once or twice a week. I would see his little brother down there at the middle school. He was like 2 years younger than him, and then he entered our high school when I was expelled. But I mean, there was his little brother who was 2 or 3 years younger than him. And it was a constant reminder in the halls that one of our friends was a fucking child rapist as a child, you know? And we understood that gift was a gift that just never stopped giving. It just kept, like, it wasn't a gift. It was a gift of shit and pain and blood and sorrow. And it ruined lives. It ruined our high school scene. And it ruined shit. It did. And it ruined my friend M. We never saw him again. After that day at the sand dunes, nobody I know ever saw him again. I wish I was kidding. I don't believe anybody ever saw MB ever again. If they did, it would have been really core high school people that I don't remember very well. But no, MB, I'm sure he probably showed up to like the high school reunions because he did pass with honors and stuff, whatever. But but there's in the background was this child rapist who they told me about when I was like 15, but I reserved judgment on the assumption that when that happened to him, he was a child, he didn't know any better, and that was the language he used. He was like, the takeaway that you should take away from this is that I just didn't know any better. I was 7 years old, and it just didn't know the difference between sex and normal touch because of our babysitter. And I was like, well, yeah, but it's your little brother, dude. You know, it's your little brother. Like, so now I'm able to hate him, you know? He was one of my best friends for 13 years or something like that. Now I'm able to hate him. I'm able to hate him. I don't hate him. Like, I don't wish him ill, and he's never treated me with ill. He's always been a wonderful person in my life, you know? As far as people go, it's up until the age of 25 anyways in that breakup. And even that was just a breakup. It's like he didn't do anything bad. No, he was never bad to any of us. He wasn't a bad person, which, I mean, I guess he was a bad person because he raped his little brother. But I mean, like, as an adult, he wasn't a bad person, and he was dragged through the mud, and the parents knew. Everybody knew except me. Everybody knew except me. He had to
tell me. And it was like, well, yeah, I'm autistic. I didn't know that back then, but I was autistic. I didn't pick up the cues as well as everybody else. And plus, I moved in from the outside. I wasn't there when it all happened. So how the fuck would I know? Most of these people never spoke about it ever again. So how the fuck would I know? It's not like they're like, when I walked up to him and shook his hand the first day or whatever, he could have been like, I'm a child rapist. And he probably should have been. But he didn't. He waited like 3 years, you know? And so now I'm able to hate him. I get it now. He needed a life, I guess. You know, he did his time or whatever it is that little 7-year-old boys do when they're caught molesting their little brother. He was like caught molesting his little brother. And so a lot of my friends, they didn't understand why we were hanging out with him. I didn't know why until I was like, I don't know, 19, I think. Yeah, I didn't know. He didn't tell me until I was like 19. Some of my friends didn't understand why we were hanging out with them, you know? But nobody would tell me why. This is why I don't like stuff like secrets. I don't like secrets. I you know, my favorite quote almost of all time is from The Office, from the exotic dancer lady. I forget her name. But she was like, secrets are no fun. Secrets hurt someone. And so now, anytime I have a problem or anytime I have something I'm ashamed of or whatever it is, I just tell people. I don't give a flying fuck what it is. I don't hide that I'm a kingpin. Or was it not? I'm not a kingpin now, but like I was a kingpin and I made big money there for a little bit. I don't hide that I was a credit card thief and I did some fucking scamming of credit cards and stuff. I don't hide that I was guilty of trespassing and burglary and thievery. I don't hide that I've been guilty of running with like strippers and drug dealers and prostitutes in the lower class and stuff, and I've been like kind of a bad person. I don't hide that I've done these things, you know, because I watched what it did to a lot of my friends in their circles and stuff. They hide this stuff. They think that it's okay to hide it from everybody, like the shame doesn't benefit anybody. And they're right, the shame doesn't benefit anybody, but concealing doesn't fucking benefit it either. Like, you know? I don't like telling that story. And I conceal the name so nobody ever faces harassment over it, but people from Denver Waldorf will know who the fuck I'm talking about. You know, this is not a secret. Everybody knew but me because I just happened to move in from, like my friend L, he knew because he moved in with M. And he was his best friend for a long time. My friend L knew probably at the age of like 17, about 2 years before I did, because I didn't become a roommate of theirs until I was like 19. They didn't tell me until I became his roommate. They didn't feel that anybody needed to know unless they actually lived with him. But that was their like requirement is you don't need to find out about this. And I do dislike it now. I dislike how they treated it. It was like, you don't need to find out about this, even if you're in an inner circle crew with this guy. You don't need to find out about this because he's not raping you, you know. So you don't need to find out about this until you're living with him, apparently. And yeah, when I moved in with him when I was like 19 and shit, he finally told me, he was like, well, if you're gonna live with me, I'm gonna have to tell you something. And I was like, damn, that's, you know, and I didn't think about that as a child. I just wasn't, you know, mature enough to understand that it was kind of like irresponsible the way that he was dealing with it, which is conceal it until somebody lives with you. And that is a child molester thing. Was he proud of it? No. I watched him cry. I saw the tears in his eyes, and I saw that he wasn't an inhuman animal or a sociopath. And I was like, well, I see that you're not a psychopath or a sociopath, that you have human feelings, and that you were just confused as a child, and you thought touching your brother sexually was something that was just everybody did. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, well, I can't forgive you for that because I'm not your brother, but I will at least look past it because you faced your time, you confessed, everybody knows, you've had the treatment and the therapy, I've seen the drugs that you're on, I know that, you know, that you're going through something, and I see that you're addressing it. And it was harder to be around him after that. It was harder. I found it a lot harder. I was like, I would prefer to just not be around him, and that caused rifts in our circle, you know. And that's my story about this. I feel that because the babysitter was touched as a child, he touched other children when they were a child, so then those children touched each other when they were children. And that's the nature of sexual assault and rape. It's this terrible, terrible quote-unquote gift that never stops giving. It's like this thing that spreads like a virus through people, which is why we tend to sort of, what's the word, quarantine. We tend to quarantine these people in jail.
About what he did, especially because it's like he went to the Way International and seems like he got an idea from that because he did the adultery, and he did even worse because the Way International, there's no scandals of them having maidens and stuff.
I think some of my friends thought that I just made it through life easy and never went and got a real job, never went and got a real career, and never went and had real friends, and never went and had like a real like thing, or ever wore a suit dummy, or ever took like, you know, a mortgage or anything. I know that they think I have Peter Pan syndrome, but it's actually more like I've got way too much damage for one human to bear. That's what it actually is. My friend T, she knows. The only other person in my school that's like me, or B, right? B and T, right? There are the two girls that I'm referring to, but B and T were really close friends of mine because, you know, because like they're the only other two people in the school that had to shoulder the amount of damage that I've had to shoulder in my fucking life. And there was a lot of other people around us who had to shoulder the same things that I had to shoulder. And I don't like all this tragic damage. And it's a gift that never stops giving. And I just, you know, like a curse that never stops cursing. It's the curse that never stops cursing. And it's like it spreads. Like that World of Warcraft virus, right? It spreads and it's in the community. And I distrust the people that have been victimized by it, which makes it even more horrible. Like the victims of it, I tend to distrust them because they do tend to pass the gift on. Gift, you know, in quotes, more like curse. They tend to pass the curse on to somebody else. So I immediately distrust them forever if I hear that they've been a victim of it. And that sucks. That's a form of victim shaming that's just, you know, I didn't do it to that guy because I was like, well, if you've been, you know, facing the consequences of it for 12 years, you obviously faced the consequences of it for 12 years. And he was like, yep, I'm on drugs. I have 3 different therapists. I don't live with my parents. I don't live with my little brother, all this stuff. And I was like, I see that. I see that you have tried to change. And he was like, what I did when I was 7 years old does not reflect who I am when I am an adult. And I was like, yes, it does. But I will reserve the judgment. You know, I was like, yes, it does. I argued with him about that. I was like, it doesn't matter when you did this. It does reflect on you. It does. But, you know, I'm going to reserve the judgment this time. I can see that you're a good person deep down inside. I don't think you'll ever do this to someone else ever again, right? And he was like, no. And I was like, promise? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, I believe you. I think you're a fundamentally different person. But later on, when he did something I really didn't like, almost as much as that, he kept B in a loveless, fucked up relationship for 5 years past when it should have gone. And he was holding on to her like some kind of trophy. You ever seen that before? She was like his conquest from high school. And he held on to her like a trophy. And he was extremely jealous. And he would like, you know, he would stomp around, just like stomping out anybody trying to be around her or anything like that. They had to prove the inner circle costs like I did to even be around her. He was one of the more jealous people I ever met. And it was like he took that damage he received as a child and he used it to dominate her life for a good 10 years or something like that. By year 5, she had seen it and she knew. But she stayed with him for like another 4 years. So then I waited another year past that when we were like 26 or something. They started dating his sophomore year and they kept going for 9 years until they were like 24, 25 or something. I waited until I was 26 and pretty much the day, almost to the day that she moved out to California. I was like, well, here's that moment where you either propose marriage or you never speak to this girl again. And I asked her to marry me and she was like, no, it's sweet. And I do consider you to be my best friend. And I know that you've loved me. I've seen that you've loved me for 10 years and you've never told me before. And I was like, yeah, you know, I really do love you. I worship you. Like, you know, you're the sun when the sun rises each day for me and stuff like this. And it's like, I don't mean to put you on the spot and I won't hate you if you say no. I understand. It's just, I know that I've been one of your best friends for 10 years and you just don't think about me that way. But I saw you in this loveless relationship for like 9 years, and it broke me, you know? And she was like, I'm flattered, but I like cocaine and dick too much. That's what she said. I didn't say it. That's what she said. She was like, I like cocaine and dick too much. She was like, you want to know a truth that I won't tell anybody else? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I respect her honesty. I've used this honesty in my life, and it has brought me to great places. I don't lie or hide from people. She taught me pretty well. She was like, I just left a shitty, loveless relationship that I haven't been in love with him for like 5 years. She's like, I'm going out to Laguna Beach. I'm a banker. I'm a successful banker. She had been a successful banker for like 3 years, and she had been at one of them. I'm not going to say which one. But she was a successful banker at one of these banks. You know, she worked one of those kiosks in the Safeway, and she was doing really well. She had done it for 3 years, and they bumped her up, and they were starting to pay her like $60,000 a year. She was doing well, you know. She was like, I'm a successful banker, and I like all these hot banker dudes who I work with and stuff. And she was like, I like the cocaine lifestyle that these bankers are living at the age of 25 and stuff. She was like, she looked at me in the face, and she's like, I'm going to give you the honest answer that I wouldn't ever tell anybody else. And she was like, I'm not going to say yes. I'm very tempted to say yes to you. I wouldn't mind the relationship and the marriage and the ring and the house. She was like, I would like to marry you. I think you would be a good man. I've seen you be a good man for 10 years. You're my best friend. I believe in you like that. She was like, I don't want to invalidate you when I say no. She was like, I'm not saying no to you because of you. She was like, I'm saying no to you because of me. And she was like, she said this. She was like, I like cocaine and dick too much. I've been in a terrible relationship for 9 years, and I just cannot settle down right now. And she was like, get back at me later. And I was like, really? And she was like, yes, get back at me later. I think about that sometimes, but the problem is, I know that she went through all of the hard drug crazy shit that I did, all of the problems, lost her mother, lost her father, I haven't lost my mother, but she's probably lost her mother by now. And like, she's lost her whole family. She's like an orphan now, and she was raped by a fucking fucking Waldorf teacher. And so I know what her life is, and she doesn't have a Facebook. She doesn't have an Instagram. If I could find her, I would, but no, she's not there. She's like that zombie song. I would bother trying to find her. She's not there. Let me tell you about the way she looked, the way she acted, the color of her hair. You know, I think of her, all those things about her, and every time that song comes on, I think of her. I would tell you about the way she acted. She was my high school like love. You know, I loved her, and my girlfriends at the time knew how much I loved my best friend. They had issues with it, but they knew that I didn't have a disloyal bone in my body. You know, I don't. You know, so cheating wasn't an issue with me. They could tell that I was in love with my best friend, but they didn't ever push me on it because they were just like, well, you know, it's just your best friend. And I was like, yeah, my best friend B, she's a good girl. She's with somebody else, and she's not a threat to you. You know, I'd have to tell them all. And they're like, but you're totally devoted to her. And I'm like, yeah, motherfucker, we've been through a lot. Like, you know, we both moved out of the house at the age of 16, and it's like a gang. It's that deep. She's like a gang member to me. I would take a bullet for her. You know, that sucks. They're like, why can't you have that kind of devotion with me? And it's like, well, because you didn't know me since I was 16, and you're not like my sister, you know? We were only able to last maybe 1 to 5 years. I've known this girl for 9, 10, you know, since I was 15 years old, something like that. And it came up sometimes, like my girlfriends would be like, why are you more dedicated to your best friend than me? I'd be like, well, because it's not just like a friendship. It's like we were both like keyless, I'm sorry, yeah, like I would say keyless latchkey kids at the age of 16, and we wouldn't have made it without each other. You understand? Think that friendship in Slumdog Millionaire. That's how deep that shit ran with our crew. That it was like there was like 5 of us, and we were fucking deep. Our clique ran thick. You understand? My clique still runs thick, and even if I haven't seen them in 20 years, my clique runs thick. You know, I love those people. We do keep in touch still sometimes. My friend A, she was part of it. She was also one of B's best friends. I lived with her for 2 years. She took me through my meth addiction and made sure I made it out the other side. She'd already been doing it for 10 years, and she knew how to do it. And she got me through that. She was like, because you're B's friend, I'm going to see you through this. She used to say stuff like that to me. She's like, because B is my best friend and you're her best friend, I'm going to see you through this. I'm going to make sure you don't die. I'm going to make sure you know the right dealers and all this stuff. And she was like, I can see that you're not going to stop. I can see I played my role in this. And she's like, I'm going to look out for you while you do this. And she did. She looked out for me the whole 10 years. She looked out for me. That's an example of how thick my motherfucking clique runs. It's not the same thing. It's like a gang. I'm not proud of it. I wish it was more like high school relationships, but no, my clique runs thick. Shit is like a gang. We called it the crew, and they are a crew. They're like crew. Some of us would have to take bullets for others. It's deep like a cult. There's just no cult leader. We don't believe it. We're all tribes, no chiefs kind of motherfuckers. If we had a cult leader, it would be my friend Quick, but he's not the cult leader. Nobody in my crew owes allegiance to him except me, you know? So they're all like masters of their own domains. Everybody that I know from the Waldorf clique, they're all masters of their own domains. We don't need gangs. Never have, never will. But we have them, you understand? It runs fucking deep like that. It runs deep like a Mormon sect or something. Waldorf cliques, they run fucking deep. They run real deep, like Stillwaters run deep. And yeah, I would take a bullet for like 50 people, something like that. It's fucking crazy. I would take it for anybody from that school. The Waldorf cliques, they run thick. You understand? Thick. My clique runs thick. So, that's just, you know, that's what it is. So, like, you know, and I know all their personal stories like this. I know how it fucked my life. I know that my best friend Jan shot his father and then himself 5 years ago. I know that most of us have been through hard drug addictions and problems and stuff. It's like that movie Sleepers. Most of my friends either came up being best friends to the kids in Sleepers, or were the kids in Sleepers. And it happened to my best friend and his sister. It's happened to everybody. It's fucking happened to everybody in my school except me. I'm the best friend. You know? My clique runs thick. And so, yeah, this curse that never stops cursing. The damage never ends or whatever. I wish to show them a shining example of somebody who just isn't like that, who was surrounded by all that shitty shit and all the damage that caused my friends. But it's like, you know, I've never been like that. I'm not like that. Like I said to my friend Lucky many years ago now, 5 years ago, I was like, I spent most of my career trying not to be like these people, you know?
Stuff. I don't know, but that's not what they're known for. They're
My
known
father,
for the adultery.
what he taught, the only thing my father ever taught me, he taught me how to shoot a bow and arrow, which I actually really value. He taught me how to make and shoot a bow and arrow. So now I don't feel like I'm ever going to starve to death. He taught me how to survive out in the wild, so I do feel like I owe him for that, and he did teach me that. But I used to have a saying that I've been saying since I was like 16, which is when people ask me about my family, the only thing I tell them is the only thing my father taught me what to do is what not to do. The only thing my father ever taught me to do is what not to do, you know? He taught me some few basic survival skills, but honestly, my friend Jed taught me a lot more about survival than my father ever did. You know, that's the God's honest toasted toad's truth. My friend Jed taught me so much more about living in the wild than my father ever did. So I don't even really feel like allegiance to my father with that. The only thing my father ever taught me what to do is what not to do. You know, and fuck that. I don't like that. I don't like that that's a reality, you know? Okay, have we crippled enough Scorch's legs? No, 4 out of 18. Okay. Anyways, that's my story. That's why I like this coffee cult stuff and all these sects and stuff. I feel like a cult survivor having come out of the Waldorf community. I feel like a cult survivor having coming out of the Quaker Shaker Moravian community. I feel like a cult survivor having come out of the drug scene and having survived 3 cults. I feel like the only requirement that I give myself anymore is to play video games and survive. That's it. If you can manage to do those 2 things, it's an honest to God motherfucking I'm a saint miracle. It is. It's a fucking miracle. It's a fucking miracle when I manage to survive. I swear to God, after all the fucking damage and problems and stupid shit that I dealt with. My best friend would say that I'm blowing this way, way, way out of proportion, but I don't think I am. I think they're in denial about how much damage was done to them when they were young. I don't think I am. I don't think the breaking into the school was illogical. I don't think my secret hatred that I harbor is illogical. I don't think it is. When you look at it from a clinical place, this wasn't that normal.
And adultery with adults is very different than
adultery
what the fuck he did with those girls.
Yeah.
Okay? Very different. And so it's like, I'm sorry, I don't feel bad for you. You're not the only person who has a mentally ill mom and grew up in some crazy religious ass situation and didn't create a harem of little girls to abuse for a decade. So that's where I feel, that's how I feel about that. And yeah.
Yep.
So
Tell him,
if you
Nor.
guys made it to the end of this video, thank you so much. Consider
I did.
maybe
I always
subscribing
do. I
to my
always do.
Patreon, where I talk about even crazier shit than this. Things that YouTube will definitely be like, girl, no. And or you could just subscribe to this channel. It's free. Free 99. How about that? Actually unsubscribe off of that joke. No, I was kidding. Come back. Anyway, okay, bye. See you in my next one. Bye.
Okay, next we look at Police versus Mud versus
Hey,
Wizard.
everyone. Welcome to Fight Day. We're over in Germany. Ich freue mich hier zu
Welcome
sein.
to Fight Day. Yeah. Oh, pigs. Why do you look like this? Why do you act like this? You look like the bullies at high school.
How you going, everyone? Welcome to Fight Day. We're
The first thing I notice is the camera.
over in Germany. Ich freue mich hier zu sein. The first thing I notice is that police officer is vlogging. That's a bit weird. Some say unprofessional, but yeah, you gotta have a side hustle. Anyway, let's address the elephant in the room. I have no idea who they're fighting. They've headed out for a conflict, and now they're just rolling around in mud. Or perhaps the mud is the enemy. I don't know. I'm not German.
This one.
WTF? What? How? What? I'm speechless. 9 years of Aussie manning, and I'm speechless. That's a fair dinkum fucking wizard. Why do the coppers want to crack down on Skyrim? You know what? It actually reminds me of the Bog of Eternal Stench in the hit movie.
Hold on.
That's a... What? How?
They're too drunk. They're too drunk, and they're getting too rowdy.
I don't know. I'm not German. Oh,
There's nothing to see here.
Yeah, what?
Why is there a LARPer in this situation? My best friends would love a video like this. I'm going to send it to them. Very rarely do I see a video my friends would like. So, this one's... now. Send this to my friends. Police versus Mud versus Wizard. Yes! Yes. Is it something big? I'm gonna go up on this roof where it's safe. Ooh, there's a bobblehead. Where's the bobblehead? What was that? You just like removed my ammo. This is the new Blizzard. I think I value caps more than legendary things now, which is kind of crazy. Oh, nice. Bunny's bunny.
What? How? What? I'm speechless. 9 years of Aussie manning and I'm speechless. That's a fair dinkum fucking wizard. Why do the coppers want to crack down on Skyrim? You know what? It actually reminds me of the bog of eternal stench in the hit movie Labyrinth. The wizard just floats over the mud. Oh, that was a bit patronizing. Good job. Good career choice, says Dandol. Why, I'd order when I bloody get my hands on you. You're dead, wizard. Dead, replies the officer. Oh, hello. The mud says that's enough. Everyone stop arguing. The wizard puts his
With all that gear on, he's too fat to get out of the mud.
business card in the ground? Oh, that was petty. Did you see that? You'd think getting unstuck would be the priority, but nah, stopping a self-promoting wizard is the big picture. Our main man stomps around in a 360 and then comes right back to retrieve his humble piece of cardboard. I think that officer on the ground is almost in real trouble. This isn't any mud, it's like quicksand. The nah fuck you deadlock over the business card continues. There's a big standoff and it goes bye-bye. The wizard yells, "You bastard, you absolute bastard. Unstuck. Nah, stuck again. Oh, look who's back. May inclement weather curse your soul eternally," shouts wizard. Oh, that was a huge throw this time. It's over. Or is it? Fucking hell. The classic pusher, cop and run away move. I haven't seen that done since the 2015 Melbourne...
Let's go find that. Watching a girl push a cop makes my soul soar into the beautiful stratosphere. Watching a girl push a cop, I didn't know. Girl pushes cop. Yeah.
At the scene of the crime, a gardener removes broken branches after a moment of madness.
What'd you do?
Late yesterday, Acting
She was
Superintendent
like, "Don't hurt me!"
Steve Cooper was preparing to give details of crowd behaviour when he copped some bad behaviour from 24-year-old Sarah Finn.
Next thing I know, she whacked me in the chest.
Yeah, but she had high heels.
And Steve Cooper
She
was
is in high
preparing to give
heels.
details of crowd behaviour when he copped some bad behaviour from
Please tell me
24-year-old
she's in
Sarah.
high heels. She's in high heels. Oh my god.
Cup, except she forgot.
Look at those! Oh, they're gonna kill me! Please don't kill me! I'm unarmed! Please don't! What's her name? Renee. Please don't Renee Nicole Good me. Please don't Renee Nicole Good me. Look at her. She's like, "Don't Renee Nicole Good me. Don't shoot me in the head. Please don't. Please don't."
Oh,
No. Please don't kill me.
Away part, I guess.
For a Finn.
Next thing I know, she whacked me in the chest and I was caught off balance and over I went.
Reluctant to appear on camera today, Sarah said she was trying to contact the officer to personally say sorry. After taking legal advice from gangland lawyer Zara Gard-Wilson, Sarah told 7 News, "I deeply apologise for my actions. I acknowledge a massive error in judgment on my behalf.
My level of intoxication is
level of intoxication is no
No, this is you pushing
excuse.
her around.
The video on 7 News Facebook pages has been...
Oh, yeah! Ah, it's so satisfying. It's like sex for my eyes without any naked people. Yes!
Dude, almost...
I just had an orgasm. Watching her clear this cop into the hedge is so good for me.
4.5 million times and attracted 50,000 comments.
I'm certainly copying it from mates from all over the world. So
I'm certainly copying it from mates all over the world.
anything that's hurt is my pride.
Despite thousands of beautiful roses, this is now the most famous bush at Flemington, a juniperous conifer that would have given Acting Superintendent Cooper a soft landing, with thankfully not a thorn in sight.
We come this morning after we seen the video online and a couple of snap branches, but nothing we couldn't handle.
Certainly don't condone the behaviour, but I can certainly see the funny side of it as well.
Paul Dowsley, 7 News.
Oh. I don't know. It's she was okay. This was at the horse races.
At the scene of the crime, a gardener removes broken branches after a moment of madness.
What'd you do?
Late yesterday, Acting...
Yes, it now takes half the force to finally get him unstuck. Is anyone else waiting for one of them to shoot their way out? It wouldn't surprise me.
To shoot their way out.
At this moment in history, to see a human in a position of authority shoot mud. It would sound like one of the more normal things in the daily news cycle. Okay, I think everyone's good. The mud is taken care of.
Roll your hands and knees in the first place, you fucking idiots. That's how you get out of this. You've never been stuck in the mud?
Where is that wizard? Toasties! Oh, there he is. They fire pepper spray, but he's too quick. You can't catch him. You got to get up pretty early in the morning to pepper spray.
They're all too fat. All of the pigs are too fat to go into the mud after the LARPers.
A wizard. I don't think this guy is ever getting unstuck. He's going to be there for weeks. It reminds me of my 4-year-old son burying my feet at the beach. I end up trapped for days. Yeah, it's fact. Oh, look out. He emerges from nowhere. He doesn't even need to run anymore. That's how powerful he is. Gee whiz, I sound like I have a crush on a German wizard.
I love this guy.
Maybe I do. I believe
he has main character syndrome. You can see it. He's just like me. I'm this guy. I don't like being the last Astari, but I am. I'm the last Astari.
It's a climate change protest, so he cares about the environment. Whatever your views are.
Get up on your knees.
Bloody calm down, that's all I'm saying. He cares about the environment, and people that care about the environment are nice, even if they're German wizards. He's got Riz. Overall, I give this video 8 out of 10. It had everything. But the important thing is the people in the video seem to be having a lot of fun.
Why are you busting that LARPer thing?
Are you...
Go back.
Hey. How you going, everyone? Welcome to Fight Day. We're over in Germany. Ich freue mich hier zu sein. The first thing I notice is that police officer...
Gotta get up pretty early in the morning to pepper spray a wizard.
Officer is vlogging. That's a bit weird.
Why are you vlogging?
Unprofessional, but yeah, you gotta have a side hustle. Anyway, let's address the elephant in the room. I have no idea who they're fighting. They've headed out for a conflict, and now they're just rolling around in mud. Or perhaps the mud is the enemy. I don't know. I'm not German. Oh, WTF? What? How? What? I'm speechless.
My God, it's like some kind of thing between the left and the right. It hears all the right-wing jackasses as they slip in the mud and get mud thrown and sling at them by the normal people. And then there's all the normal people.
9 years of Aussie manning and I'm speechless.
And here's the left. You can see the left is in the right side in this particular video.
That's a fair dinkum fucking wizard.
And here's us. We're the left. We're the ones standing around.
Why do the coppers want to crack down on Skyrim?
Yeah, like, why do the coppers want to crack down on Skyrim?
You know what? It actually reminds me of the Bog of Eternal Stench in the hit movie Labyrinth. The wizard just floats over the mud. Oh, that was a bit patronising. Good job. Good career choice, says Gandalf. Why I'd order when I bloody get my hands on you. You're dead, wizard. Dead, replies
dead, wizard.
Officer. Oh, hello. The mud says that's enough. Everyone stop arguing. The wizard puts his business card in the ground. Oh, that was petty. Did you see that? You'd think getting unstuck would be the priority, but nah, stopping a self-promoting wizard is the big picture. Our main man stomps around in a 360 and then comes right back to retrieve his humble piece of cardboard. I think that officer on the ground is almost in real trouble. This isn't any mud, it's like quicksand. The nah fuck you deadlock over the business card continues. There's a big standoff and it goes bye-bye. The wizard yells, "You bastard, you absolute bastard." Unstuck. Nah, stuck again.
Not
look
stuck
who's
again.
back. May inclement
Push
weather
him.
curse your soul
Push
eternally,
him.
shouts
Push
wizard.
him.
Oh, that was a huge throw this time. It's over. Or is it? Fucking hell. The classic pusher, cop and run away move. I haven't seen that done since the 2015
Yes!
Melbourne Cup. Except she forgot the whole running away part, I
Don't
guess.
kill me, don't kill me. Don't Renee Nicole Goodme. It's that smile on their face because they don't see it coming or whatever.
It now takes half the force to finally get him unstuck. Is anyone else waiting for one of them to shoot their way out? It wouldn't surprise me at this moment in history to see a human in a position of authority shoot mud. It would sound like one of the more normal things in the daily news cycle. Okay, I think everyone's good. The mud is taken care of. Where is that wizard? Toasties! Oh, there he is. They fire pepper spray, but he's too quick. You can't catch him. You got to get up pretty early in the morning to pepper spray a wizard. I don't think this guy is ever getting unstuck. He's going to be there for weeks. It reminds me of my 4-year-old son burying my feet at the beach. I end up
wizard runs this community or whatever now.
Trapped for days.
I want to be the wizard.
Yeah, it's fucked. Oh, look out. He emerges from nowhere.
The wizard's like, what? Nope.
Doesn't even need
Don't
to run
you
anymore.
dare
That's
ever
how
fucking-
powerful
don't
he
you
is.
fuck with us.
Gee whiz, I sound like I have a crush on a German wizard.
Why is the wizard the fucking Riz in this situation? It's insane. It's how I feel about the modern right wing.
Maybe I do. I believe it's a climate change protest, so he cares about the environment. Whatever your views are, bloody calm down, that's all I'm saying. He cares about the environment, and people that care about the environment are nice, even if they're German wizards. He's got Riz. He's got Riz. Overall, I give this video 8 out of 10. It had everything. But the important thing is, the people in the video seem to be having a lot of fun.
I loved it. I loved it. We'll add that one to the mix.
Oi, nah! No. Get away from my car! Get away, just leave me! This is between me and Peter! I want to know where Peter went! He's left me
People do this all the time in Denver. It's so annoying.
in here!
Just lay on that horn for goddamn 90 seconds. It's so dumb.
I'm not road raging, this isn't road rage! I'm not having a Michael Douglas falling down moment. This is justified. I've been sitting in here, waiting for my kibble. It's kibble o'clock, all wet food. I don't mind, I'll take either. I'm easy. I eat anything. And I'm just stuck in here because of fucking Peter. Where is he? I know he can hear me. Get out of here, mate. Take me home. Take me home, country
Take
road.
me home! This dog is human.
Take me home. You know, the Denver song. Anyway, I like you filming. Bloody shame him on the internet. All right, are you ready? Where Peter went. He's left me in here. I'm not road raging. This isn't road rage. I'm not having a Michael Douglas falling down moment. This is justified. I've been sitting in here, waiting for my kibble. It's kibble o'clock. All wet food, I don't mind. I'll take either. I'm easy. I eat anything. And I'm just stuck in here because of fucking Peter. Where is he? I know he can hear me. Get out here, mate. Take me home. Take me home, country road, bloody take me home. You know, the Denver song. Anyway, I like you filming. Bloody shame him on the internet. All right, are you ready? I guess, but why? Because I'm just gonna fight you. I want to fight. But why, though? I don't need a reason. I'm angry. I'm angry at basically everything. Fighting won't help that. Whatever. I'm angry at everything and everyone, so shut the fuck up, because here I come, buddy. All right. Ow! You good? You got a split on your head. Do I? Yeah. Are you all right? Have you calmed down? I think I have. Good. Yeah. Do you regret it? Yeah. Welcome back to the Giddy Up Yeehaw Woo Cowboy Knife Cutting Championship, and he is off. Look at that. Hacky hack away at the plank of wood. It's dead. It's a goner. Move on. Oh, that rope didn't know what hit it. 1 second it's dangling there, being a lovely rope. The next second it's lost its tip. Will he show mercy to the beverage? Nah, no way. No one gets any mercy. He fucked it up. Oh, that was like seeing someone with a lot of blubber get disemboweled. Just shit went everywhere. Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, oh, worked the angles beautifully. Clippity cloppity, clippity cloppity, go the boots. Oh, replayed that shit. Precision, accuracy, grace, strength. Those are all the things that went through my mind when I saw that. Over to another pole. Again, don't overthink it. Just hack away. You really get to unleash your inner Michael Myers, Wes Craven, Wolf Creek wanker during these sections. Think the worst of someone that you hate and let it out. Be free. There you go. Did it. Killed him. Over to another rope, circumcision or full chop. Full chop. Down it goes. What's this? Oh, was that a Canadian hockey puck? Is that an act of war? What's he doing? Oh, he's cut the tip. Where's he going? And the base! Oh! Ouch! Oh, gee whiz. What now? Oh, nice. Beautiful. Look at that. Roly-poly's down there. He hammered him. Oh, righto. The crowd is getting raucous, so he must be on the home stretch. What's this? Another snip of the tip. Okay. And he's back to where he started, hacking away. Look, American mates, you should know this is what makes you great. You don't have to crash global stock markets to be great. This is it.
So he's just been released, and look.
Where's Terry? Where's me mate?
Terry, is that you?
Yes, Terry! Hi!
I'm good, how are you?
I'm good, yeah, the humans fixed me right up.
I thought we didn't like humans.
These humans were all right.
Well, what about the guy that hit you?
Oh, well, that bloke that hit me in the four-wheel drive, he was a fuckwit.
Oh, probably drunk.
Yeah, but my wings are good. Watch.
Watching?
All right, flappy.
Oh, and you can shake your tail, father.
Mate.
I'm so happy.
Me too. We're two gorgeous swans. That's it, let's head back.
Yeah,
two gorgeous swans. Two gorgeous swans. Going on swan adventures. We're two gorgeous swans.
I'm Jeff. Oh, wow.
Wow, what?
He is a great horn.
I am greatly horny.
Hey, buddy.
G'day. Hi, Jeff, you all right?
I am greatly horny.
Right, mate?
So you just came home and he was here.
He was over there back there.
You thought you were getting a mail delivery from Harry Potter or something, huh?
You're a crack up, mate. That's not the first time I've heard that one. Anyway, everyone should just get used to me being here sooner rather than later. This is my new spot. I love the clock. It's awesome.
Buddy.
It's kind of elegant, like me, this clock. So, yeah, just get used to it, everyone. I'm here to stay.
Yeah.
No, I am.
You've got a pretty good grate on the front of that. I'm
Jeff.
surprised that he made it out of the fireplace.
Don't analyze shit.
Try to do this without damaging anything.
Just leave me. You don't. We don't have to do this. We don't have to go toe to toe. Go, Jeff.
Ready?
Leave now. No one's ready. I'm not ready. You're
Please
not ready.
don't hurt the clock.
Don't do this, mate.
Please don't hurt the clock.
Come on.
Please
how
don't
often
hurt
do
the
you see a
clock.
great horned owl
Please
and a
don't hurt the
grandfather
clock.
Chilling
Please
together.
do not hurt
Like
that
never.
clock.
That's a once
Don't
in a
hurt the clock.
century
Don't hurt the clock.
opportunity.
Don't hurt
It's
the
a
clock.
money
Don't hurt the owl. Don't hurt the clock.
by experience. Just
the clock is is
let me live.
Is something that took many humans a while to make. The owl was just something that was birthed from an egg.
Here, I love it. I want to nest here. I want to start a family here. Don't do this. Don't do
not
this,
damage
Jeff.
the clock.
Please, I'm begging you. From 1 hour to a
Yeah,
man.
I was like, what are you doing?
Just don't. You're creeping the
I
neck
will
closer.
peck the
You're not
shit out of
listening.
your eyes.
Mate, don't. What are you doing?
Peck the eyes. Peck the eyes.
Oh man, you got me already. That was so lame. I didn't even fight. I can't. No, I can't. I'm too tired. I'm too old. I'm over 30. I don't fight anymore. I just get puffed out. Probably like you, Jeff. Like we shouldn't even be. Come on, let's go to the pub. Oh, don't grab my legs. That's embarrassing. Hi everyone, I'm Gerard, your friendly neighborhood owl. Worth a shot. Alrighty, get back everyone, get back. Big Kev coming through. Look out, I'm gonna do a
Man dominates owl. Jesus Christ.
cannonball. There's gonna be a whopper splash. Just give me space, guys. Then I'm gonna do about 50 laps. Freestyle, butterfly, backstroke. Oh, fucking duck up! And it was at this moment that Big Kev's life was forfeit, socially and romantically, that is. He could only reflect on memories long gone when he used to root Sheilas and find mates every single day. But in this aquarium, he would stand no chance whatsoever. It's a sad, sad tale of a clumsy dickhead.
A really fantastic way.
Help!
You wouldn't really know. You wouldn't know. It kind of looks like a log. You wouldn't totally know he was there right away.
For them to be able to survive, so you can see just the nostrils.
Just the tip, baby.
Help!
Sticking out of the water.
Stop!
Only piece.
Get me out!
Completely suspended.
You think I like this?
Underneath the water.
This is a show.
Only the top layer is frozen.
Is this a show for you? Can you go boil the kettle, pour the kettle water on the ice
top
and
layer is
defrost
frozen.
me?
Probably about 22 degrees out right now. Got down to about 17.
Fuck me, mate.
Last night it was freezing.
Stop talking.
For a good amount of time.
More action, come
So
on.
we're here again at the Swamp Park here in Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina, and
Who are
once
you
again
talking to?
we have
North Carolina.
alligators in ice, folks.
What do you think I'm bloody cryogenically frozen like John Spark in Demolition Man? Some gyms are more sadistic than others. They don't just want to kill you, they want you to experience pain and torture and constipation the next day.
Pay attention.
No mess.
Yeah, she's delirious. She's checked out mentally. I mean, yeah, she has abs, but was it worth it? Was it worth it? I think me and my fan base know the answer.
Action, Courtney. All smalls all the time, Courtney.
Yeah, smile, Courtney. Well done. This is a professional gig. This is your big break. Courtney down. She just couldn't maintain the smile. She's yelling, why am I working for the shittiest modeling company in the world? Fair play. I'd be cranky too if I worked for assholes.
Just caught a baby wombat.
Mom! Mom, help!
What is
She's
she
American!
doing? No.
She's after rare minerals and wombats!
Look at the mother. It's like, oh, jeez.
Get away from him, you bitch! Yes. Let go of me! I don't want to go to America! I don't want to live with you and your Aussie fuckboy! Put me back! I'm counting to 3 and then I unleash hell!
Let's let him go.
Nice.
Yeah, life can be confusing as a baby wombat, but even I can tell when something is completely fucking wrong. Okay, yeah, cheers. Oh, you put me back. All right, thanks for that. Yeah, no, piss off.
Steel Magnolias, influencer Ethan Marrell is best known for his YouTube channel Aussie Man What?
Reviews?
Correct.
Hey, got it! Well done! I'm a game show question. Finally, after 11 years of YouTubing, I'm a game show question. I am content. Yeah, everyone's having a top-notch day at the Bouncy Bounce place. Here we go, that guy's gonna almost kill someone!
And we're currently on a hunt.
Go away.
As we've got a possum.
Go away.
Of some size.
Go away.
Right there.
My tail's sticking out, isn't it?
In my fucking kitchen, it pissed on my stovetop.
That wasn't me, that was your husband.
It came down the chimney.
What? No,
It
I
came
didn't.
down
I
the
don't use
chimney.
the chimney. I'm not fucking Santa
And
Claus.
pissed and shat in my kitchen.
No.
Attack the kitchen.
That was your husband.
It ain't a fucking fucking banana.
That might have been me. The banana might have been me. I was peckish.
Oh, look at it, so cute.
Oh, wow. Okay, thanks.
Come here, little fella.
This is
It's
a
all right.
change in demeanour.
Well, it's about to be fucking evicted.
Nobody wants to hurt you.
I don't trust her.
Pissed in my kitchen.
I did not. That was him. I don't trust her, mate.
Are you scared?
I'm scared of her, but well, maybe you're more scary because you're being nice to me. I really can't tell.
Stop filming because we need to get this.
Don't stop filming. Keep filming, please.
Sure, it's climbing the painting.
If she keeps screaming, I'm going to scream.
Okay, this is interesting.
I don't want a screaming match with your misso, mate.
We've had a development.
Just let me keep the painting at least.
Wanting to climb up.
I like this painting.
Out the door, mate.
Which one of you did it? Is it?
I'm an art lover. Out the door.
I am an art lover. I'm giving you a compliment.
You love the art?
Who did it? Let me keep it. Let me have the banana in the painting. Come on, fuck. Oh, it's back to you. Oh, I'm going.
That sigh.
I'm going. You guys, I'm leaving.
Close call in modern times.
All right.
It was me that shut in your kitchen.
That's our adventures.
Painting sucks. You get out of here. Free planet, I do what I want. No, this is my highway. No, it's not. You know it's my highway.
Yes.
Don't you push me, I'll push you.
Every once in a while, you're going to see something in mortal battle with something else.
I'm gonna push you all day long. Take that out of my face. Fucking take
This is like video games. This is your average, engagement in a video game.
Find your own stretch of highway. I like this highway. No, I've been here since 1993. As if.
All right, we're just going to take him outside and turn him loose. I think he's perfectly healthy.
Well, let's see if they want to get a picture by over there.
No. Yeah, I don't do pics.
We can go outside.
I don't do pics. Not for free. Meet and greet is $200.
This is a Christmas
This guy's an owl catcher. I wonder if you can make money doing this.
you'll remember, huh?
Oh, yeah. Shit Christmas for me, though. God, let's go.
Turn around here, though.
I'm ready to go now. You're the one.
His wings look good.
You're holding me up.
They're not even chingered.
Nah, mate.
Lots of times they'll skin their wings if they come down the chimney.
Not me.
So I don't see any problem with him at all.
I am in mint condition.
How do you think you got in?
And I didn't come through the chimney, fuckers.
The chimney right there.
Nah.
You might want to look at getting a chimney cap
Nah,
for.
guess again.
How long have you been in the house?
Well, Tim left the window open. That's how I got in. So, you getting that camera in my face? Is that how you treat owls being deported?
It's your first owl, so it's not like it's a big problem.
Your first owl, but not your last.
But yeah, he's a great horned owl.
Once you have owl,
He's the largest owls that we have in this area.
you'll never go back.
It's really not that uncommon for them to get down chimneys. You would think
Jeff, I
as big
told
as they
you.
are, it wouldn't
Tim left the
happen.
window open.
But
Stop saying
you
bullshit.
know how it was windy for a couple days there?
Stop it.
After the wind is when we get these.
Everyone, don't listen to Jeff.
And it's everything from doves to
Just because he does this for a
This owl is terrified and he is just torturing it.
living, it doesn't
Anytime.
mean he knows facts.
I even took a peregrine falcon out of one last week.
No, you didn't. Don't bullshit,
I'm
mate.
gonna let him go here. Let's see.
All right, now's the time, everyone. I'm free. Everyone wants to see a big freedom moment. Hey,
Right back to
freedom,
the
thank
chimney.
you.
Oh, come on, go down the chimney. Why can't you go down the chimney, you stupid bird? It would have been so perfect. Right back to the chimney. It would have been so good.
Hey, fuck off.
I know.
Please, you could have gone back down the chimney. It would have been so much funnier.
Welcome to the Philippines, everyone. This Sheila has buckled up her helmet and she is off to visit her first tourist attraction, which is the bush opposite the scooter hut. Out comes roadside assistance. He's like, just turn it off, just fuck off, step back, get off. This isn't a situation where if you fall off the horse, you get back on it. It's more like if you fall off a scooter in Southeast Asia, you should never get the fuck back on it, ever. What are these two dickheads gonna do? Turn left, you can do it. Oh, into the bush. No, they're okay. Out comes Timbo, the local scooter hut rental business owner. He says, no keys for you. Pack it up, everyone. This used to be a dream. This used to be fun. Hiring out transportation to tourists, living in an exotic part of the world. Now it's just stressful as shit. I'm out of here. And he's off, walking to the pub, basically. And these guys are left sitting there wondering if they are responsible enough to drive a scooter or nah.
This is the little guy.
What?
This tiny little guy.
I'm not little. I'm a bloody massive unit, mate.
That has killed a bunch of my chickens.
Hey, slow this scooter down. I
It's
didn't
like,
kill any
what?
chickens.
You mean I was eating?
Okay,
I live here and I was eating.
Misinformation.
Why did you do that?
Because
Disinformation.
he's hungry. He's hungry. Fucking. What do you mean? Why did he do that? You're like yelling at this thing for being a member of the goddamn animal kingdom and eating things. And it's so dumb. Do not yell at this hawk. Just let him go.
I don't know the difference between miss and dis, but you're telling lies.
I'm going to let you go.
Yeah, well, you should.
Yeah,
I should be a free hawk.
Because I guess you're doing something natural, but it's not natural when you go into my barn to get them. Then it's no longer natural.
Well, that's a word salad.
Then you are just fish in a barrel.
What?
Do you understand me?
I don't think you understand yourself. You sound ethically conflicted. I didn't kill your chickens.
You're supposed to go catch mice in the field.
Oh, that's a stereotype.
You're supposed to...
I don't like eating mice.
...get other things other than my...
Are you lecturing this hawk, you fucking idiot? Anyways.
Are you fragile? Short-tempered? Do you feel like it's your turn to be the one in power? Well, then have we got the job for you? Introducing ICE. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Don't get hung up on all those big fancy words. We know you didn't have much schooling. We're just the race police. When you see a Mexican at the multiplex, ICE is there. An African at Chuck E. Cheese's, ICE is there. Some AOC-looking woman you know you should frisk. ICE is there. What the left calls harassment, we just call police work. To join ICE, you don't need any formal training. That's right. Why be a detective when you can just be defective? Start a rewarding career, yelling at dark people in the streets. Enforce playground searches for the real predators. Undocumented parents. And do routine traffic stops based on things the president tweets. Ever watched me, Stephen Miller, and thought, I want to be an alpha male like that guy? Does DHS Kristi Noem stiffen your resolve? Want to make bags of cash like Tom Homan? The time to stand back and stand by is over. Join the department today and learn valuable policing tactics like shooting soccer moms, stopping a domestic terrorist, that is to say, someone with their blinkers on, or stopping a lady with a car seat from weaponizing her vehicle, while regular cops might see a carpool. We at ICE see a car mule. Who needs a judge and jury when you can execute suspects for things like talking back, slowly driving away, or looking foreign? Plus at ICE, or looking foreign. Back, slowly driving away, or looking foreign. Plus at ICE, President Trump will always have your back. And you know what that means? An army of social media accounts will have your back too. Plus Megyn Kelly. So sign up for ICE today, and we will send you a $50 coupon for the Halloween store, where we know you will find the perfect uniform. Join ICE with a no salvation army. And citizenship is just a gateway for us to kill anyone we don't like.
I really hate that sad loser, Mr. Newberger.
Who, me?
I'm gonna sing it.
Are you fragile? Short-tempered? Do you feel like it's your turn to be the one in power? Well, then have we got the job for you? Introducing ICE. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Don't get hung up on all those big fancy words. We know you didn't have much schooling. We're just the race police. When you see a Mexican at the multiplex, ICE is there. An African at Chuck E. Cheese's, ICE is there. Some AOC-looking woman you know you should frisk. ICE is there. What the left calls harassment, we just call police work. To join ICE, you don't need any formal training. That's right. Why be a detective when you can just be defective? Start a rewarding career, yelling at dark people in the streets. Enforce playground searches for the real predators. Undocumented parents. And do routine traffic stops based on things the president tweets. Ever watched me, Stephen Miller, and thought, I want to be an alpha male like that guy? Does DHS Kristi Noem stiffen your resolve? Want to make bags of cash like Tom Homan? The time to stand back and stand by is over. Join the department today and learn valuable policing tactics like shooting soccer moms, stopping a domestic terrorist, that is to say, someone with their blinkers on, or stopping the lady with a car seat from weaponizing her vehicle. While regular cops might see a car pool, we at ICE see a car mule. Who needs a judge and jury when you can execute suspects for things like talking back, slowly driving away, or looking foreign? Plus at ICE, President Trump will always have your back. And you know what that means? An army of social media accounts will have your back too. Plus Megyn Kelly.
She tries to run people over.
So sign up for ICE today, and we will send you a $50 coupon for the Halloween store, where we know you will find the perfect uniform. Join ICE. We're the No Salvation Army. And citizenship is just a gateway for us to kill anyone we don't like.
I really hate that sad loser, Mr. Neuberger.
Who, me?
This is.
Oh my God.
This is from January 8th. I know you can't see it yet. I'm pulling it up on the screen. This is from Raw Story. It's an article about a new bombshell probe that found that new recruits for ICE can barely read or write. Now, I haven't read this article yet, but I will say that does not surprise me at all. Also wouldn't surprise me if that was true about other police officers as well. Like I said, ICE is not as anomalous when it comes to law enforcement in the United States as some people would like, but I believe it's probably worse. It's a race to the bottom when it comes to law enforcement. So let's actually read through some of this Raw Story piece. This comes in the aftermath, as this article says, of the shooting. A deadly shooting in Minneapolis at the hands of a federal immigration officer comes weeks after a bombshell report on President Donald Trump's desperate drive to rush 10,000 deportation officers onto the payroll by the end of 2025. The explosive Daily Mail report found that the administration's $50,000 signing bonus attracted droves of unqualified recruits, high school grads who can barely read or write, overweight candidates with doctor's notes saying they're unfit, and even applicants with pending criminal charges. A lot of Kyle Rittenhouses in the United States of America, apparently.
Hello.
The report exposed how immigration and customs enforcement, well, we already knew that the standards were going to drop heavily when they offered the $50,000 signing bonus. The other thing, though, is that $50,000 signing bonus also has an asterisk after it that says that you don't actually get that when you sign up. You get it over the course of a few years once benchmarks have been made. Let's see.
Okay, no problem. I will. I'll fill. Okay. Oh, you said 6.
The report exposed how immigration and customs enforcement took a blowtorch to hiring standards, with one Department of Homeland Security official blasting, "We have people failing open book tests, and we have folks that can barely read or write English. And are you giving them badges, or are you saying, come back later?" Officials sent recruits to a Georgia training center before drug test results came back, later discovering some tested positive. At the academy, some recruits showed up with tattoos tied to gangs and white supremacists. Wow! Some ICE recruits are white supremacists? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's like a hat on a hat. I guess it's not a hat on a hat. I personally would never make my passion my job. I tried being a personal trainer. It didn't really work out for me. But, I guess white supremacists are different. One bailed for a court date on a gun charge, and another was arrested for exploding at a bus driver. Oh, okay. So, Hunter Biden was there too? No. To boot,
sex harassment accusations emerged, with a source describing to the Daily Mail predatory behavior during training. That's another big problem in the police force and in the military that doesn't get enough attention because it makes them look bad in a way that is not easily disguisable. You have to understand when it comes to attacks on women in certain contexts, a lot of times people will like hide that from the media. Well, they will hide that from the public when that's a thing that, say for example, people in the army are doing or the police are doing in mass numbers because it makes people agitated. It's not something that they're gonna just hand wave away. The report poured cold water on ICE claims that over 85% were experienced officers already trained. Yeah, we know that wasn't true though. Even those who identify as former law enforcement, they're not being properly vetted and require basic training, one official said. That sounds true of American law enforcement as well. Background checks don't happen until after people start work, one official said, as HR rubber stamped applicants in days. Training was slashed from 16 weeks to 6, with sit-ups eliminated because... with sit-ups eliminated because recruits couldn't handle them. They couldn't handle the sit-ups. I thought that Pete Hegseth started to make everyone at the Pentagon do like a Murph or whatever. And people in ICE can't even do sit-ups? Can they do crunches? Can they do some kind of like modified sit-up? I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty big weakness for a police officer, that they can't sit up. That kind of makes ICE like a turtle. Like if you manage to get an ICE officer on their back, they'll just be trapped because they can't get up. They're unable to lift themselves up with their core strength. By December, 584 recruits had washed out, while 558 graduated and 620 remained in training. One HR chief suffered a stress-related fainting episode. This isn't the Department of Baking Cookies, one source said. Well, yeah, because no offense, you kind of have to read to bake cookies. You got to understand like mathematics and measurements to bake cookies. Now, have people been able to bake cookies without knowing how to do any of that stuff? Oh, for sure. Because obviously cooking, and baking goes back before, recipes and stuff like that were written down in a lot of cases. But if you're going to start baking cookies from like a place of not being able to bake cookies, you would probably need to know how like to read and write and do like basic measurements, because that would just be part of it. So definitely this is not the Department of Baking Cookies, because it would be harder. There'd be higher standards than what we have now. This is the Department of Homeland Security, where you can be deported from the country. And we're now employing people who are not equipped to tie their own shoelaces. Damn. They got the PBD boys in ICE now. This whole thing is a complete disaster from beginning to end. And so I want to point out, and I'm going to make this distinction, this is kind of the same thing as Dan Bongino complaining about the cover-up of the Epstein files. While people will insinuate that he's mad that the files are being covered up, when people complain about the hiring standards at ICE, I definitely agree that they're certainly too low, but it wouldn't be my preference that they hire smarter people. It'd be my preference that they don't exist, right?
Me too.
And so this criticism, I think, is more of an example of how bad ICE is and not how good the applicants need to be. This is an example, like these standards being this low, this being the criteria, is why they shouldn't exist. So I just want to emphasize that and not try to get into the mindset of like, well, if ICE just had better fascists, smarter fascists running it and smarter fascists working for it, then like these things would not happen. That is not the case. And it's also just not like desirable at all. And there's no such thing.
Today's video is brought to you by the good people over at AG1. I told myself I wasn't doing New Year's resolutions this year, just like I do every year. But I do like to try and just improve myself a little bit every year, and AG1 is something that has made that easier. It's the daily health drink with 75 ingredients, vitamins, minerals, probiotics, all the stuff I'd normally forget to take. One scoop in a jar. You shake it up, you have it once a day. It tastes great, kind of vanilla-y, pineapple-y. It looks really weird and green, but it does taste good. And I've got a bag of it here. This is what it comes in. Actually, you put it in this nice tin, if you're very organised. And then on the back it lists all of these various vitamins and minerals and good bacteria and food sourced ingredients, all of that stuff. Like I say, one scoop once a day. I've been using it to keep my energy steady, to not fall off my routine. It also helps your tummy feel nice and with digestion and all of this stuff, so that's good. So if you want to try it, go to drinkag1.com/intotheshadows, and for a limited time you'll get a free AG1 duffel bag. Where's my duffel bag, AG1? You didn't send me a duffel bag. I want a duffel bag. I just got the stuff. And a welcome kit with your first subscription, only while supplies last. I imagine that duffel bag is in the post. Back to today's episode.
At 1:40 in the morning on August 17th, 1970, in the Quang Ngai province of South Vietnam, Captain Scott Schneider is asleep in his plywood quarters. He was 25 years old, an artillery commander, just months left on his tour. His men described him as fair and competent. Now, he was certainly not some sort of intense disciplinarian, but by this point in the conflict, the war was going really badly. Troops were losing friends to booby traps and ambushes, and many were no longer sure why they were even there. Vietnam War, everybody. Outside the captain's windows, someone pulled the pin on a fragmentation grenade. The weapon arced through the darkness and right into Schneider's quarters, where the blast absolutely tore that hut apart. By the time the medics arrived, the young captain was dead. Investigators eventually charged one of his own enlisted men with his murder, as there were no Viet Cong anywhere near the base. Schneider was not an isolated case. Between 1969 and 1972, US records documented hundreds of deliberate attacks by American troops on their own officers and NCOs, most utilizing the same kind of grenade. This is the dark story of the Americans who killed their own officers. To understand why American troops turned on their own officers, we first need to look at the war itself by the late 1960s. The initial optimism of the mid-60s build-up had definitely evaporated. This was not a war of liberated cities or clearly defined front lines. It was a grinding counterinsurgency fought in dense jungle, defined by search and destroy missions and the grim metric of the body count. Success was not measured in miles gained, but in enemies killed, a strategy that often meant fighting for the same hill over and over again, taking heavy casualties for terrain that would be abandoned maybe a week later. Not exactly surprising why they were wondering why they were there. The force tasked with this strategy was overwhelmingly young and heavily conscripted. During the Vietnam era, the draft pulled in roughly 1.8 million men. The average infantryman was usually just 19 or 20 years old. The war was a one-year endurance test. You didn't stay until the war was won. You stayed until your 365 days were up. This individual rotation system meant units were constantly churning, replacing battle-hardened veterans with terrified rookies, destroying unit cohesion before it could really even form. By 1968 and 1969, as the war dragged on and anti-war sentiment exploded back home in the US, the discipline of the US military in Vietnam began to fracture. In June 1971, Marine Colonel Robert D. Heinel Jr. published a bombshell article in the Armed Forces Journal. He wrote that the morale, discipline, and battleworthiness of US Armed Forces were, quote, lower and worse than at any other time in this century and possibly in the history of the United States. And the numbers absolutely backed him up. Desertion and unauthorized absence rates skyrocketed. In the early years of the war, desertion rates were comparable to Korea, but by 1971, the rate had hit 73.5 incidences per 1,000 soldiers, more than double the rate from the peak of the Korean War. Bases were plagued by racial violence and rampant drug use. Historian David Courtwright described this not merely as a breakdown, but as a soldier's revolt. He argued that the army was experiencing a quasi-mutiny, where troops were actively refusing the war through evasion, defiance, and eventually violence. And it was in this particular pressure cooker where the mission seemed pointless, the leadership seemed out of touch, and the army itself was at war with its own chain of command, that fragging emerged. And look, this wasn't just random murder. It was the most extreme, violent expression of a force that had stopped taking orders and had started fighting back. Okay, so what exactly was fragging? Well, in the grim vocabulary of the Vietnam War, the term referred to the deliberate killing or attempted killing of a fellow soldier, usually a superior officer or a non-commissioned officer. While the word has since drifted to mean any kind of fratricide, in the specific context of Vietnam, it referred to a precise and terrifying method of murder. The name was, of course, derived from the weapon of choice, the fragmentation grenade. Specifically, standard issue models like the M26, the M61, or the M67 baseball-style grenade. These deadly spheres were ubiquitous in combat units, they were easily acquired and easily concealed. But their popularity as tools of assassination was not just about availability, it was about anonymity. There was this cold logic to using a grenade rather than a service rifle. If a soldier shot an officer, the bullet could be recovered from the body, ballistics experts could examine the rifle marks on the projectile and match them to the unique barrel of the weapon issued to a specific soldier. A gunshot's also loud. It reveals the
So when they wanted to, like, kill the dude down the hall who keeps stealing your fucking grits or whatever, like, they would hand grenade them and be like, oh, he faced combat. And then you can't trace it. There's no bullets, just shrapnel and shredded body parts. And they don't want to spend time forensically searching that. And they probably killed each other all the time. Mankind, man. I don't really...
and invite someone to return fire. A grenade offered a darker alternative. It destroyed itself in the explosion, shattering into thousands of unidentifiable shards and leaving no ballistic fingerprint. Once the pin is pulled and the spoon flies off, that's it. There is nothing left to ID once that thing goes boom. This allowed an attacker to roll a grenade into a sleeping area, a latrine, or a command bunker under the cover of darkness, and walk away before the detonation. When the dust settled, the destruction was absolute. The chaos of the blast could easily be blamed on an enemy mortar round or a Viet Cong sapper penetrating the perimeter. It provided plausible deniability in ways that just bullets can't. This was the defining characteristic of fragging. It wasn't the tragedy of friendly fire, which implies an accident in the heat of battle. It was calculated, anonymous execution carried out from within the ranks. Now, fragging definitely didn't appear out of nowhere. While the phenomenon exploded in the early 70s, the first grenade began rolling into tents much earlier. As early as 1966 and 1967, isolated incidents were already being whispered about in the mess halls. But back then, they were viewed as anomalies. Shocking individual crimes committed by unstable men rather than a symptom of systemic collapse. That changed in 1968 because that was the year the war and the American military...
Can you build me a quick reference list of Fallout 76 perks that give you reload speed? This loot used to be really important, and now it's just, like, pointless for the amount of time you have to take. Oh, so I have to go to family dinner now, and I've got to scoop the cat box before I do the trash. So I am going to stop and come back to this, and I'm sorry to interrupt in the middle of prime time, but, you know, I'm gonna go have family dinner, which is, like, my thing that I do with my family to stay close. And, it's good. Okay, we're gonna stop here. Well, let's jump out first and get back to my house. How's this going? We are in a better load that didn't kill me this time, and that's good. I have set up a loop where my ship just goes and trades things. And I'm making lots of money, which is good. Okay, guys, I'm going to stop this here. I'm going to pause this recording with a reminder that you've been watching Skycat Live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click on the cast space to donate. Come click on this cast space to donate. It's a PayPal link. Come to the Twitch or the YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. And, yeah. And, yep. And, I don't know what we did. Okay. Well, anyways, gonna stop. Hi, guys. I'm back from family dinner. What's up? We're gonna do some more. Oh, yeah. More degenerate video gaming in America. Oh, yeah. So, quick hands is something I would prefer more. Quick hands. Do I not have speed gaming? I might not have it. Anyways, let's play some Fallout 76. Oh, yeah.
Just kind of broke. The first hammer blow in January was the Tet Offensive. North Vietnamese and Viet Cong forces launched a massive, coordinated assault on over 100 cities and outposts across South Vietnam. While it was a military defeat for the North, it was a psychological catastrophe for the United States. It shattered the official narrative that victory was imminent. Soldiers who had been told the enemy was on the ropes suddenly found themselves fighting for their lives in the streets of Saigon. The illusion of progress evaporated, replaced by the sinking realization that this war was just unwinnable. The second blow struck just months later, on April the 4th, 1968. The assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. in Memphis sent shockwaves that traveled halfway around the world to those bases in Vietnam. The racial tension that was tearing American cities apart instantly bled into the barracks. For many black troops who were already being drafted and dying at disproportionate rates in the early years of the war, the killing of Dr. King was just a breaking point. The illusion of a colorblind brotherhood in the foxhole began to dissolve. On some bases, black soldiers wore black armbands or flew black power flags, while some white soldiers responded by openly displaying Confederate flags on jeeps. Journalist Wallace Terry, who covered black soldiers in Vietnam extensively, reported that the military began to self-segregate. The mess halls, bars, once integrated by necessity, divided into black and white zones. In the atmosphere of mutual suspicion, the authority of the officer corps, which was overwhelmingly white, was called into question like never before. Radicalized by the hopelessness of the war and the racism of their own country, some troops began to view their commanders not as leaders, but as tyrants. And in that toxic stew of resentment, the grenade became a viable political tool. What had been a rare horror in 1966 was becoming, by the end of 1968, a whispered option for settling scores. If the breakdown of discipline began in 1968, it turned into open rage in 1969. The catalyst was a battle in the Ashau Valley, fought on a mountain designated Hill 937, but it had a rather different name among the troops: Hamburger Hill. Not because it had any hamburgers, but because that was what fighting turned men into. Hamburger meat. For 10 days, the 3rd Battalion of the 187th Infantry launched repeated frontal assaults up the steep, mud-slicked slopes against entrenched North Vietnamese bunkers. The fighting was close quarters and horrific. By the time the US forces finally captured the summit, 72 Americans were dead and nearly 400 were wounded. But the anger that followed wasn't just about the casualties, it was about the futility of it all. Days after securing the peak at such a terrible cost, American commanders...
Fallout 76. What is Bulletstorm? Oh no, lock and load won't work, huh? Oh, there we go. Do I have Bandolier? Bandolier might be better. No, I don't think Bandolier is it. I think it's Arms Keeper. Nope. DR, Barbarian DR would be good. One unused point. Bone Shatterer. Never mind, I think I would like that. Oh wait, when your glow is high, which is almost never. Incoming stagger by 25%, it would be good. Let's get rid of that and run this. Oh, I might need Slugger, actually. Bone Shatterer. I think I need that one, actually. I love that one. No, that does work. Natural stance does work. I'm going to take it. I don't like inspirational or makeshift warrior. Goodbye 2 points there. Action Ghoul is no good. My AP does not regenerate when I'm glowing at all, and that's a bad card. Adrenaline is a viable one. You do 10% range damage to close enemies, which is Gorilla. Gunrunner. Oh no, here we go. Gun Tricks is the one that I need. There we go. There we go. Reload weapons 30% faster. That was the card I've been looking for. I'm glad I looked. Yeah, there we go. And everything else is perfect, I think. Really tuning in here. Yeah. Okay, so let's test it out. Yeah, much better, much better. Right on, right on. Okay, gonna look at the thing and see if there's any weeklies or anything I could do. Scrap junk to produce gold. Dailies. Nope, I did all the dailies. Did I? Yeah, I did all the dailies. Complete a gold star daily challenge. Test your metal. No one came to test your metal? Okay, I believe I can log. I did some more 76 work. White Dreamora.
Ordered it to be abandoned. The troops walked away, leaving the ground they had died for to be retaken by the enemy. What was the f***ing point? And the soldiers' fury here focused on a single man, the battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Weldon Honeycutt. Honeycutt, whose call sign was Blackjack, was an aggressive officer who had pushed his men relentlessly during the assault. In the eyes of the draftees under his command, he had traded their lives for a meaningless spot on a map to secure his own promotion. The resentment didn't just stay in the barracks either, it went to print. You see, by this point in the war, there was a vast network of underground GI newspapers, over 400 illicit publications. These were not official newsletters, definitely not. They were anti-war manifestos printed by soldiers, for soldiers, often hidden from the chain of command. It was one of those underground papers, GI says, that a chilling offer reportedly appeared. A $10,000 bounty for the killing of Colonel Honeycutt. Adjusted for inflation, that was the equivalent of nearly $85,000 today. While there's no record of anyone successfully claiming the reward, the threat was treated with deadly seriousness. Honeycutt was well aware that he was a marked man. Veterans of the unit later recounted that the colonel had to vary his sleeping routine, never staying in the same bunker for too long, terrified that one of his own men would roll a grenade under his cot. The Hamburger Hill bounty marked a terrifying escalation. It showed that fragging was no longer just an impulsive act of anger by a lone individual, it was becoming organized. These enlisted men were essentially crowdfunding the assassination of their own commanding officer. They were then using their own underground press to advertise it. The message to the officer corps was really, really clear. If you waste our lives, we're gonna come for yours. While threats and bounties were definitely terrifying, they were often just talk. But on April the 21st, 1969, that talk turned into action at the Kong Tree Combat Base just south of the demilitarized zone. First Lieutenant Robert T. Roweller was the commander of K Company, 3rd Battalion, 9th Marines. By most accounts, Roweller was a dedicated officer trying to keep his company functioning in a high-stress environment. On that night, he was working late in his company office, essentially a semi-permanent hut with sandbagged walls. The attack was brazen. Someone approached the office in the darkness, pulled the pin on a grenade, and threw it through the door or window. The explosion devastated the small structure. Lieutenant Roweller absorbed the brunt of the blast. He didn't die immediately. He was evacuated with severe shrapnel wounds, but succumbed to his injuries shortly after. Usually, that's where the story would end. A dead officer, a suspected enemy sapper report, and a file closed.
San Francisco was one of hundreds of cities that took part in today's Ice Out for Good protest. People forming here a human banner at Ocean Beach, spelling out the words, "It was murder, ice out." Now that's a reference to this week's deadly shooting in Minnesota. ABC 7 News reporter Tara Campbell shows us how people here responded with a day of action.
From the Bay Area to Boston, anti-ICE protests taking place across the country in the wake of the deadly shooting in Minneapolis.
They're gonna tear you apart, you stupid right-wing cocksucker.
This is not okay. We need to stop.
No, it's not okay. Yeah, we do.
Outrage continuing Saturday after an ICE agent shot and killed 37-year-old Renee Good on Wednesday.
We were out on Wednesday night. Immediately after hearing about Renee Good's shooting, Keith Porter's shooting, all of these deaths, it's unconscionable.
One man has been arrested for shooting and killing 6 people in Mississippi. One of the victims, a 7-year-old. Sheriff's deputies in Clay County say that they've arrested 24-year-old Derica Moore for the shooting spree that took place at 3 separate locations last night. All 6 people are related to Moore. The first shooting killed 3 people. The second location, one.
Too dark.
In Good's case, the Department of Homeland Security says she drove towards the agent and that he fired in self-defense. In San Francisco, Van Ness Avenue getting loud.
We have many issues, but the immediate one right now is these horrible shootings by ICE. It's so tragic, and I just feel like we have now a secret police.
At Ocean Beach, protesters creating this human banner.
We're not putting up with it. It's
Ocean
time
Beach.
for the feds to back off. We don't want ICE anymore.
Get the fuck
We don't
out of
want any more
Minneapolis.
murders. We don't want any of this.
Saturday's protests come on the heels of this protest Friday outside a San Francisco ICE office, where advocates say 2 people were pepper sprayed and 2 others detained.
We're back out here today at 630 Sansom to condemn the brutal repression of protesters.
Telling us both who were detained have been released, one of them standing by, choosing not to speak or be named.
They were held for several hours, and in order to make sure that we knew they were safe, we had people here who weren't going to leave until we knew what was going to happen to them.
Meanwhile, protests continued across the Bay, from Redwood City to Contra Costa County, Sonoma, and San Jose.
It's frightening. It's frightening to think that we would be in danger from the people who we would trust to protect us.
We need to bring them to justice. We demand that this person is put on trial, and we demand that ICE is out of our streets.
Calls for accountability as the Trump administration defends ICE's actions.
Oh my God.
There just wasn't enough evidence. As we've seen, grenades don't really leave clues, but in this case, the killer wanted credit. And to that, all I can say is don't brag about your crimes. I do a true crime podcast. Don't do that. It gets you caught. Investigative focus quickly settled on Private Reginald F. Smith, a Marine in Rowell's own company. According to witness testimony and investigative records, Smith hadn't just killed his commander, he was proud of it. In the aftermath of the explosion, while the base was still in chaos, Smith was allegedly seen by his fellow Marines wearing a particular piece of jewelry. On his finger was the safety pull ring of a grenade. When later confronted, Smith didn't just rely on the code of silence. He reportedly boasted about the killing to other enlisted men in the formation, and that bravado was his undoing. While many soldiers might have sympathized with the idea of fragging, the reality of a murdered officer often broke the no snitching code. Smith was arrested, and he was court-martialed. Faced with the testimony regarding his boasts and the physical evidence, he pled guilty to premeditated murder. He was sentenced to 40 years of hard labor, a heavy sentence, though he wouldn't live to serve it all. Smith was killed by another inmate in prison in 1982. The Rowell case is crucial because it is an exception. It is one of the very few instances where the military justice system worked exactly as it's designed. The crime was committed, the killer was identified, and a conviction was secured. But for every Reginald Smith who was caught because he bragged, countless other attackers just kept their mouths shut, leaving investigators with nothing but a crater and a list of suspects that included an entire platoon. If the Rowell case was an example of a clear-cut conviction, the attack at Bien Hoa base camp 2 years later illustrated just how messy and politically charged the fragging epidemic had become. On the night of March the 15th, 1971, the 2nd Battalion, 8th Cavalry, 1st Cavalry Division was stationed at Bien Hoa, a massive, sprawling airbase near Saigon. Around midnight, an explosion ripped through a billet housing junior officers. When the smoke cleared, 2 lieutenants, Thomas A. Delwo and Richard E. Harlan, were dead. They'd been killed by a fragmentation grenade tossed into their sleeping quarters. Unlike in the Rowell case, there was no boastful soldier flashing a grenade ring. But the army, now under intense pressure from the media and Congress to get a grip on the fragging crisis, needed a culprit. Investigators quickly zeroed in on Private Billy Dean Smith. Smith was a 23-year-old black soldier from Watts, Los Angeles. He was not the model soldier in the eyes of his commanders. He was vocal about his opposition to the war and had a history of disciplinary friction. To the prosecution, he fit the profile of the angry, radicalized militant that terrified the brass. To the defense, he was the perfect scapegoat, a man being targeted not because of what he did, but because of who he was and what he represented. The evidence against Smith was almost entirely circumstantial. During a sweep of the barracks after the explosion, investigators found a grenade pin in Smith's pocket. The prosecution argued this pin matched the lot number of the grenade used in the murder. However, the defense countered that grenade pins were common souvenirs among troops, jungle jewelry kept by grunts on their keychains or dog tags. Proving that specific pin came from the murder weapon was just scientifically impossible. The trial held in 1972 at Fort Ord, California, became a sensation. It wasn't just a murder trial, it was a referendum on the war and race relations within the military. The defense team, arguing that Smith was being framed by a racist command structure, pointed to the lack of fingerprints, witnesses, or a confession. They painted a picture of a chaotic investigation desperate to pin 2 dead officers on a dissident black GI. In November 1972, a jury of 7 officers returned their verdict. not guilty. Billy Dean Smith was acquitted of the murders of Lieutenants Delwo and Harlan. For the Army, it was a humiliating failure that proved just how difficult it was to stop or even just punish fragging. You could have 2 dead bodies and a suspect. Without a witness in the room or a confession, the anonymity of the grenade just won every single time. For the soldiers, it reinforced a dark reality. The barracks were a lawless zone where officers could be killed with impunity and where the justice system was seen as just another weapon in the war between the lifers and the grunts. The case of the 2 lieutenants remained officially unsolved, leaving a cloud of paranoia hanging over every officer billet in Vietnam. If the breakdown of discipline provided the opportunity for fragging, 2 other factors provided the motivation: a flood of cheap narcotics and a calendar that ticked down to 0. By 1970 and 1971, the US military in Vietnam was in the grip of a drug epidemic that is hard to comprehend by modern standards. While marijuana had been common in the early years, the later stages of the war saw the arrival of number 4 heroin, a highly potent, white powder opioid that was incredibly cheap and easily available in the villages surrounding US bases. The scale of use was staggering. In 1971, congressional investigators estimated that 10 to 15% of US troops were addicted. Later research by psychiatric epidemiologist Lee Robbins painted an even starker picture. Her study found that 34% of soldiers had used heroin while in Vietnam, and roughly 20% met the criteria for dependence. In some units, being high wasn't an act of rebellion, it was just the baseline state of existence for a third of the platoon. But this drug use was mixed with an even more potent psychological force.
Like today.
Short-timers syndrome. Because the draft mandated a 1-year tour of duty, every soldier knew exactly when they were going to go home. This date was known as DROS, date eligible for return from overseas. It became the single most important, basically religious object in a soldier's life. Men would scratch calendars onto their helmet covers, crossing off days with black marker. As the date approached, a soldier became a short-timer. The psychology of the short-timer was dominated by a paralyzing fear of dying in the final weeks or days of a tour. A soldier with 10 months left might take risks. A soldier with 10 days left just wanted to hide. They became detached, cautious, and hypersensitive to any threat that might stop them from getting on that freedom bird home. These 2 forces, addiction and the obsession with survival, created a deadly friction with the officer corps. Many career officers or lifers tried to enforce discipline by cracking down on drug use or ordering aggressive patrols to keep the pressure on the enemy. To a heroin-dependent short-timer, these officers were not just annoying, they were existential threats. An officer who confiscated a soldier's stash wasn't just taking property, he was forcing that soldier into agonizing withdrawal in a combat zone. An officer who ordered a search and destroy mission for a meaningless patch of jungle was seen as risking a soldier's life for nothing more than a promotion. In this warped reality, the enemy wasn't the Viet Cong hiding in the tree line. It was the lieutenant standing in the command post. And for a soldier high on heroin, terrified of dying on a day 360 of a 365-day tour, a grenade seemed like a rational way to remove the obstacles standing between him and home. While heroin and the calendar were tearing units apart from the inside, a rather different war was being fought across the color line. By the late 1960s, the US military in Vietnam had become a mirror of the fractured society that it served. The civil rights movement and the rise of black power did not stop at the Pacific Ocean. They deployed right alongside the troops. For black soldiers, the anger began with maths. In the early years of the war, particularly around 1965 and 1966, African Americans were drafted and assigned to combat units at rates far higher than their white counterparts. While black Americans made up roughly 11% of the US population at the time, they accounted for nearly 20% of combat deaths in the war's early stages. This created a bitter perception that black men were being used as cannon fodder, sent to die for the country that still denied them basic rights at home. By 1969, this resentment had hardened into open defiance. On many bases, the illusion of military unity had completely collapsed. Black troops, calling themselves Bloods, formed their own organizations with names like Blacks in Action or Unsatisfied Black Soldiers. They developed intricate handshakes known as the dap to show solidarity, a ritual that could last for minutes and which white officers often viewed with suspicion or hostility. But the tension wasn't just about solidarity, it was about survival. On some US bases, white soldiers openly displayed Confederate flags on their jeeps, and there were reports of Ku Klux Klan robes being worn in barracks and cross burnings occurring inside military compounds. For a black soldier armed with an M16 seeing a Confederate flag, the symbol of their enslavement, flying over a base in Southeast Asia, was just an intolerable provocation. This atmosphere was fueled by voices from back home. Leaders of the Black Panther Party and other militant groups began to explicitly urge black GIs to stop fighting the Vietnamese and start dealing with their oppressors. Some pamphlets circulated in the barracks, which didn't mince words, suggesting that if an officer was a racist, he should be fragged. The fear of a racial uprising terrified the high command. However, the reality of fragging was more complex than just a simple race war.
I mean,
While the media often portrayed
agree,
fragging as a crime committed by black militants against white officers, the court-martial statistics tell a really different story. According to historian George Lepre, over 50% of convicted fraggers were white. The violence was certainly fueled by racial hatred in many specific cases, but it was not exclusive to any one group. Yet the perception of racial violence was enough to shatter the chain of command. In many units, white officers became terrified of their black subordinates, and black troops remained convinced that their white commanders viewed their lives as expendable. In this environment of mutual terror, every order was scrutinized, and every shadow in the night was a potential threat. The army that was supposed to be fighting communism was, in many sectors, too busy just fighting itself. But fragging wasn't happening in a vacuum. It was the violent, jagged edge of a much larger phenomenon that historian David Courtwright later termed the Soldiers' Revolt. By the early 1970s, the anti-war movement wasn't just on college campuses in California or New York. It was inside the barracks, on the aircraft carriers, and in the jungle itself. The scale of this internal resistance was just unprecedented in American history. As the war dragged on, an entire underground infrastructure emerged to support dissenting troops. Soldiers produced their own illicit media, the independent underground newspapers we mentioned earlier. These papers, typed in backrooms, printed on smuggled machines, and distributed secretly in mess halls, spread news of protests, legal rights, and anti-war editorials. Off base, a network of GI coffee houses sprang up near major military installations in the US. Places like Olio Strat near Fort Hood became organizing hubs where soldiers could listen to rock music, read radical literature, and meet with civilian anti-war activists away from the prying eyes of their commanders. The Department of Defense was well aware of what was happening, and the numbers they collected were terrifying to the brass. A Pentagon study later estimated that by 1972, roughly 51% of US troops in Vietnam had engaged in some form of protest. This ranged from relatively mild, like wearing peace signs on helmets or refusing to polish boots, to the severe, such as combat refusal, sabotage, and desertion. It is important to make a distinction here. The vast majority of this soldiers' revolt was non-violent. Most dissenting soldiers just wanted to survive their tour and go home, or perhaps slow down the war machine through search and avoid tactics. But fragging represented the dark, extreme end of this spectrum. When a unit reached its breaking point, fragging became a way for the enlisted men to negotiate the terms of their survival with high explosives. As socialist and writer-activist Joel Geyer put it later, fragging was the ransom the ground troops extracted for being used as live bait. In this context, a grenade wasn't just a murder weapon. It was a message. It signaled to the officer corps that their authority was no longer absolute. If they pushed their men too hard, or for a cause the men didn't believe in, the war would stop being about fighting the enemy and start being about fighting for their own lives against their own troops. So, how common was this really? Was it a few isolated psychopaths, or was the officer corps being decimated? Trying to get a precise body count for the Vietnam War is difficult enough. Trying to count the murders inside the US Army is a forensics nightmare. But we do have some numbers. According to the US Army records, the trend line is undeniable. In 1969, there were at least 156 reported fragging incidents involving explosives. By 1970, that number had doubled to 321. 1971, it peaked at 363. Now, it's crucial to understand what instant means here. It doesn't always mean a death. It means a grenade was thrown with intent to harm. Between 1969 and 1972, official records tally roughly 99 deaths from these attacks. However, historians and military...
So they're saying, like, when you're under the boot of fascism, you don't go kill the guy in a way where they can prosecute you. You just go toss a bomb into his room and then wait for them to just, like, give up on trying to figure out the wreckage. And it's, like, the only form of anti-fascism a military man has.
Sociologists argue that these official numbers are likely the floor, not the ceiling. George Lepre, whose book Fragging is considered the definitive study on the subject, analysed court-martial reviews and criminal investigative files. He estimates the total number of known and suspected explosive cases was closer to 900. Other researchers like Richard Gabriel and Paul Savage in their book Crisis in Command push the estimate even higher. When you include injuries and attempts...
Let's go. Look at that. So, yeah, we heard about this one now, and I've been interested in finding out about that. So, but, what are we looking for? I am seeking, oh, you didn't start. So I am seeking, rubbing my stubble feels good. Let's add that one. And then I'm here looking for our crisis in command. Ooh.
Hello, I'm Victoria Tunsing, and welcome to Afterward. I'm interviewing John Yoo, law professor, visiting scholar for the American Enterprise Institute, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the Justice Department. I had a similar position, but it was a few years before John's. And I was in the criminal division. He was in the Office of Legal Counsel. Author of 2 books on constitutional law and his years in the Bush Justice Department. And now, John, as I read
Crisis in
Command, A History of the Executive Power from George Washington to George W. Bush, I say presidential scholar and historian.
Now, were you talking about Crisis in Command?
Explosive cases was closer to 900. Other researchers like Richard Gabriel and Paul Savage in their book Crisis in Command push the... Other researchers like Richard Gabriel and Paul Savage in their book...
Richard Gabriel, Paul Savage. Crisis in Command. Russian oil rigs destroyed in huge attack. Iran threatens U.S. forces. Breaking war news. The Enforcer. Let's go see about that. Goddamn, I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's like I went through 9/11, so they're not going to make me fight in their war because I'm like 50 years old. But I think they're going to send all the young men to World War. It's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. This is a repeat from January 11th. What about just actual news? Do you have like live news? News Nation Prime or whatever? Yeah, what about you? If they don't like this, they'll block it. I don't care. You are taking
to the ground, arresting them. As frustrations grow over ICE operations in Minnesota and the killing of 37-year-old Renee Good this week, the Trump administration today still defending the officer's actions, asking for patience.
No, I'm looking for something a little bit more live, right? So let's go look at AP Reuters. Israel hit a Gaza hospital. They fired 600 U.S. CDC employees. The U.S. Appeals Court will not lift limits on the AP access to White House. So Trump has limited the AP. They can't even ask him any questions. He banned them after they wouldn't say Gulf of America. Trump can bar APs from some White House events for now. Gulf of Mexico. So we're looking in world news. Is there anything new? Chalamet beat DiCaprio. Homeland Security is sending more ICE officers to Minnesota. They're going to turn Minnesota into the battleground. I can't believe that. Wow. The U.S. Secret Service agent to Joe Biden's granddaughter fired shots after 3 people tried to break into an unmarked Secret Service vehicle late Sunday in Washington. They're like attacking Biden's grandchildren now. Something is happening.
Something extraordinary is happening in Washington right now, and it's not coming from the opposition. For the first time, Republicans themselves are pushing back against Donald Trump, quietly moving to block the power he's trying to hold on to at any cost. Emergency declarations, war-level rhetoric, and behind-the-scenes panic are colliding as Congress steps in to draw a line. This isn't just another political fight or a breaking news moment. It's a test of whether American power is ruled by law or by one man's instincts. Stay until the end, because what's unfolding here could reshape how power works in the United States long after the headlines fade. So imagine this moment. Late at night in Washington, phones lighting up across Capitol Hill, aides whispering, senators checking their screens twice to make sure what they're reading is real. Because the President of the United States is furious, not at Democrats, not at the media,